All right, welcome everyone. A lot of this I think is going to be I'm recording it on YouTube as well as Twitch because I want to get all these videos kind of out there. We'll look to maybe edit them up, split them up later, but it is a little early, so I am still drinking my coffee. And what we're going to do is start with one that should be pretty fun. I'm going to hide the match duration there. So we've got as 2 players right at the 1300 elo level. So these are guys that you can expect know the game mechanics really well, but maybe struggling with 1 or 2 aspects of the game. So actually, hold on a second. Now I just realized that my Twitch stuff needs to get fixed. So 1 second here. All right. Making sure that I am still up. All right, I'm up on YouTube. I'm up on Twitch. Sorry about that. And okay, so like I was saying, we've got Sergeant Slaughter from the US playing as the DAC, right around 1200 elo. And then his opponent, Wadden in red, from Germany, is going to be playing the Brits. Yep, info is correct. And let's get this one rolling. So we're on Road to Tunis here. And one of the things that I've seen, and the advice was given to me by Orange Pest, is that you don't necessarily want to try to win the whole map at the same time unless you're a guy named Fergie. What you really want to focus on is holding, if you're red, holding this kind of key terrain here so you can contest both these VPs. And if you're blue, holding this key terrain here, and then branching out your attacks and your harassment from there. Now, obviously, the approach for USF is going to be a little different. Normally, you see a couple of scouts. For Brits, they have a few more options. Sappers are still really strong, but this terrain is very open. So as you can see, Wadden is already building an infantry section. This is a map that favors infantry section heavy play early. So Sergeant Slaughter here go in pretty balanced DAC opening. We see Pioneers, Panzer Grenadiers, and the Kreuzschützen. I like this, using the Kreuzschützen to cap up the flanks of the map. And I think, like I said, I prefer that most of your combat power come through here because you can be so easily cut off if you focus on this side as blue. But he has a little bit of support, and he'll be able to contest that fuel early. So we'll see how these initial couple engagements go. So I like the idea of backing up the Panzer Grenadiers to try to get in the green cover, and actually does force the sappers away, so that's good. The problem is with the Panzer Grenadiers running to the rear constantly, they're not shooting either, so no real damage done. These guys are slightly, we'll say, bruised and not really bled, but there's some opportunity there. The second sapper squad, though, will be able to contest this VP. And you can see, Sergeant Slaughter trying to work through how to position these Panzer Grenadiers to deal with the sappers. He has done a really good job of keeping them at a range where the sappers can't do a ton of damage with their stens. So now we see Wadden is going to go with a Dingo. 1, this is a good counter to the Kreuzschützen, and 2, it'll be able to bleed the DAC infantry at range. Just the downside to playing with the espionage battle group, you're really reliant on infantry. And so if you can get bled, it can be very challenging for you to scale well, especially against the Brits. So another squad of Panzer Grenadiers coming up here, plus the Kreuzschützen. And it looks like the Dingo is continuing to focus on the Kreuzschützen, and now the infantry section on the cutoff. And these Panzer Grenadiers actually not in green cover. And so one thing you can tell by the way they're moving, he is telling them which unit to attack. One thing you need to consider doing is you give the direct attack order and then hit the stop key so they don't chase that unit as it moves away. Good work here, forcing the infantry section to retreat before it finishes a full cap of that cutoff. But this is kind of the downside to the current approach for Slaughter here. Now he is going to go for cutoff play the other direction. Yeah, and this dingo now starts coming into this engagement fully repaired. Yeah, that's right. Focus on the sappers. Nice, a couple pickups. And now you can focus on this dingo and trying to knock it down so it's not willing to take engagements without being repaired. So I like planting mines on this cutoff here. Oh man, you're just bleeding a ton of models for that to the British infantry in green cover. But if you look at the map, Slaughter's done a really good job kind of penning in Wadden. And the section immediately hits that mine, which is kind of hilarious. I thought they saw it go down. Assault Grenadiers on the field, and now he's going for fire support elements. This is a good pairing with the Espionage Battle Group, primarily because of the incendiary munitions that you get from the battle group, on the Pack 38, on the anti-tank grenades, basically the stickies, the snares. And now this squad with Vet 1, got to get a lot out of it, using it in these engagements. There you go, tracer fire, making these sappers more easy to hit. But it looks like they are going to escape. Just a shred of health left. Really interesting approach from Wadden here. So he's gone Air and Sea, and the first thing he's going to do with his spare manpower is throw caches on the +10 fuel and +10 munitions. Which, based on the map control, I don't know that I'm a huge fan of that course of action. I mean, getting caches out early, super helpful. But you're giving up combat power, and it is a rare game when DAC has more units on the field than an allied opponent. Nice. Assault Grenadiers getting close. The green cover doesn't help them against this section, but will against this section. Another squad of Assault Grenadiers comes out. There's a potential missed opportunity here to use the half-track call-in, which should pop in about 15 seconds. To get that second Assault Grenadier squad. Much cheaper, plus it comes with a half-track for the combat disembark bonus. Now these SMGs will do a lot of damage to the dingo. You do need to worry about the DPS from the sappers. So the Assault Grenadiers retreat. I think Slaughter is probably going to be in need of healing here shortly. No half-track on the field for substitute healing. So he should probably invest. Grenade assault forces the sappers out of the building. Assault Grenadiers will not out DPS 2 squads of sappers. Yeah, and so that's a lot of damage and a little bit of bleed, and now this infantry section on the cutoff. And I appreciate that Wadden is piling up combat power here in the center and not really worried about this other resource, but the fact that all this has gone uncapped for so long is kind of wild. You'd think somebody, maybe the Krodschützen, could flip around and find this. Infantry section completes the decap. Recapture will happen relatively quickly, but that's a lot of fuel and munitions harassment. Hey, David. Wadden now going for his platoon command post. It's a little bit behind. He's got a lot of spare fuel though, so he can build a Humber immediately if he wants to. And Sergeant Slaughter really unprepared for that. Look at the health of these infantry units as they come back on the field. He really needs some in-base healing to make sure that these engagements are advantageous, especially as this dingo hits Vet 2. These sappers are nothing to sneeze at. They're forced off by the Assault Grenadiers, but these Assault Grenadiers could bleed quite a bit to the dingo. Instead, the dingo's going to back out. And now this sapper squad, it's serious risk of going down here harassing this fuel. Almost, yeah, there's no way they're getting out of this. LMG upgrade on the Panzer Grenadiers, the Assault Grenadiers in their face. That's one pickup for Sergeant Slaughter, but that micro cost him an assault grenadier squad going the opposite direction to these two infantry sections of Dingo. And now the Humber's going to hit the field. Flak-filling in the build, and this is actually really poor timing because the Humber will beat the Flak-filling 1v1 until the Flak-filling gets its Vet 1 ability up. Oh, potential for a lot of bleed here. Another snare coming in though. Wow, and the Humber immediately picked up, so the Humber play too aggressive from Wadden. And Sergeant Slaughter gonna escape what could have been a really big problem for him by picking up the Humber immediately. And I'm not sure that that teaches you the right lesson about when to use the Humber and how to use Humber against the DAC. That is the advantage of having these infantry with snares on the field and not relying entirely on assault grenadiers, as is kind of more of the meta with DAC and 1v1 play. Black filling here. So you see the delay as the turret swivels around to fire. If you have the micro to reverse your flak filling around the map. Wow, it gets the pin off just before the field gets decapped, so awesome for blue. If you have the micro to reverse it around the map and not let it accidentally run into engagements where it gets too close. Oh, I love this. Pioneer's trying to lure the Dingo under the mine. Wow, awesome pickup. Awesome pickup. Yeah, on the bright side, he learned that the Pentagrams do have snares. And I think Wadden saw it after the fact. That could have been, maybe he didn't see the mine, maybe he just gave it a direct attack order, and so the Dingo was forced to continue to advance. The Sappers, the Tracer Fire plus the Panzer Pioneers. Sappers may bleed a little bit here, especially the Flamethrower does a lot less damage out in the open. Oh, warning shot from the 6-pounder, and the Karachutin wisely breaks contact, but now Sergeant Slaughter has both of the flank fuels there. So big pickup in terms of resources. He's a 25 fuel away from being able to get his tier 4 out. He's got to keep this flak filling active and away from this 6-pounder. No vehicle survival kit, so no smoke available and no health boost. All right, now let's see how quickly he reacts. 6-pounder unable to get a follow-up shot off, so the flak filling will be able to back up for repairs without going down to the 6-pounder. Yeah, that was a great mine kill, I agree. Yeah, you definitely don't want your assault grenadiers in this building. Oh, the Recce artillery barrage coming in. And another infantry section on the way out. It's I like this play, especially because it's low. Obviously, there's no fuel cost associated with the infantry section. But if you invest into the infantry training and the upgrades, the infantry sections will scale very, very well against the DAC infantry. There haven't been any indicators that Sergeant Slaughter's chosen the espionage battle group, so there's nothing to give that away yet. He finds the fuel cache. Good harassment with the Krodschützen. Yeah, and here there's a little bit of a missed opportunity. I understand he's trying to get a capping advantage. These assault grenadiers are not really in a good position here. They can't cap. There's no cover, and if they advance, they're just going to get bled down by that section. Black filling back at full health. It looks like it's going to focus on this cache. Good cutoff play here from the Panzer Grenadiers. Yeah, I would have liked to see the Panzer Grenadiers set up in cover, and then use the assault grenadiers to advance either through smoke or with the grenade assault. All right, so the Centaur now out, the air and sea battle group. And this is a good counter to the build from the DAC. Okay, so we get map hack accusations for some reason. Snare comes in. But Centaur, now Pack 38 on the field, and with the incendiary rounds will do a lot of damage. But the Centaur is a nice bridging unit counter to what the DAC build looks like. So you've seen a lot of infantry, not a lot of vehicles. For me, if I'm playing against a DAC player and I see a bunch of infantry, I see a flak furling, but not a lot of other vehicles, I don't see a mechanized center, a mechanized company, then what I'm really worried about is a Panzer III hitting the field almost immediately. And the Centaur is not a good counter for that. Ooh. Pioneers pick up the other sapper squad, and one immediately in the rebuild. He does need the sweeper. The Pioneers have been laying mines kind of all over the place. Yeah, Pioneers don't want any part of this, and they retreat after they eat a big round there. Hey, Seo-chan. Yeah, he's got to get this Pack 38. I don't even know where. It's off on the flank, which is not a bad place to be set up, but he needs to get it there. Nice hit onto the Centaur. The incendiary rounds continuing to do some additional damage. LEIG for Sergeant Slaughter. I don't know that I'm crazy about the LEIG build. It lost a little bit of viability in the latest patch. And at this late in the game, without a bunch of team weapons on the field, you really have one 6-pounder. Now, as I say that, of course, Wadden is building his second 6-pounder. But the LEIG is best against if the Brit player is using Vickers, mortar, multiple AT guns. That's not what we've seen so far. Now, we haven't seen the mechanized company, but with the fuel control that Sergeant Slaughter's had, Panzer Company, yes. And then if he stays with an infantry heavy build, oh no, Panzer Grenadier is annihilated. One big hit from the Centaur, and then the infantry section finishes the job. Well, rest in peace, guys. Or, you know, yeah, I'm gonna leave that out for now. I think a walking Stuka, especially because the Centaur is so slow moving, you don't really have to worry about it chasing you down. A walking Stuka would be a great counter to these Brit sections that get blobbed up together, because at the very least you're going to force a retreat. And Sergeant Slaughter has great map control, and he needs to maintain this. If he can maintain this level of map control and keep the Brit pocketed up here, he can close out this game here very shortly. Right now, VP's almost exactly even. KD very much in the Brits' favor, which is generally not a good indicator for DAC. DAC play, you really want to see a positive KD so you can have access to all of the upgrades. And that's what we really haven't seen. We haven't seen very many upgrades unlocked, or any at all, by Sergeant Slaughter. He has, it seems, agreed with me on the approach, though. He's got a walking Stuka in the build. Centaur here in the middle. His Assault Grenadiers need to get out. They take another big hit and finally begin to retreat. They might be able to get away. Nope. And the Centaur are going to pick them up as well. And now the Panzerwagen in danger. Pack 38 way out of position. Flak furling has now been overrun by infantry sections. Remember, it doesn't suppress when it's on the move. Another snare going to come in. Flak furling knocked out. So big swing in favor of Wadden. And he's got the Centaur just parked right outside Sergeant Slaughter's base here. The walking Stuka is being swapped for a P3. It looks like we'll see a little bit of a base inspection. LEIG under attack. Panzer Grenadier squad advances and forces the Centaur away. But look at all this counter capping that Wadden's been able to do. Sergeant Slaughter's Kreuzschützen kind of AFK in the flank here. He needs to find a creative way to get it out. Now you see another Centaur come out, and the Centaur does not really cannot counter vehicles, but you have this AT wall here. So a single Panzer III can't counter a Centaur. Oh no, Kreuzschützen gets caught out by another infantry section, and the AT grenade hits it. The Sergeant Slaughter losing the handle a little bit here. to me, it's mainly a little bit of map awareness, I think. Another P3 in the build. Pack 38 splits its fire. So you see both Centaurs taking hits. The Panzer III needs to get out before another volley from the 6-pounders. It does not. So P3 immediately knocked out. Centaur 1 is kind of on its last legs here, but it's far enough away that it doesn't really need to worry about follow-up shots. Pack 38 pushes both of them off, but they'll be able to back up, and you see sappers on retreat here for repairs. Another P3 in the build. You get the Funkwagen. At this point, yeah, you can get a bit of a bonus for the Pack 38. Honestly, I think the better use of the Funkwagen at this point, you've lost the Crotchets and its ability to cap. The Funkwagen can cap. Hey, Liberator, good morning, man. And you can also use it to put down teller mines. And so if you're worried about, I'm not usually necessarily worried about Centaurs because they're not as quick, but now that the if the company command post comes out from Wadden and you start to see like Crusaders, Grants, those tellers can make a huge difference. All right, so a little bit of plunder going on here to get these. Let's see if it shows. All right, Breda light machine gun on the Panzer Grenadier squad. Gotta like it. Another sapper squad in the build. I imagine that's to support with the repairs. Yeah, the Centaur coming back out. A little bit of a health decrement. E3 up here. Panzer Grenadiers are going to do just fine against this infantry section. LEIG shots come in. A Goliath. Oh, man. Oh, the infantry section going to back away. They see the Goliath. Can it get in close enough? It's taking some damage. Oh, come on. Oh, no damage. Honestly, I like it. I respect the play there. That could have been a lot of fun. But the squad on the flank here does just enough to save their mates. What I'm going to be a little judgy here on both of these Centaurs coming out back to the field on partial health. Take the time, right? You're not really hurting on map control. VPs are still pretty even. I would really recommend that you make sure you get them fully healed. Oh, big hit from the LEIG, one infantry section barely getting away. Pack 38, incendiary shot comes in, but the 6-pounder wall is doing even more damage. Second Pack 38 in the build. I think that's exactly right? With the incendiary munitions, you have to lean into that ability. More Pack 38s. Actually, we've seen this at the very high levels in 2v2s with guys like Scotch and Janko. When they use this battle group, they typically roll into 3 or even 4 Pack 38s and then Panzer III spam. Wadden finally with enough fuel for the company command post. I don't think he should invest into any more of these Centaurs. I don't think it's going to work out the way he wants. Little Funk Panzerwagen ambush. Centaur is going to focus on it, try to knock it out. I don't think that's the priority target here. Another Pack 38 hits. One more shot. It's still in the arc. Panzer III will get the kill. So one Centaur down. The Flak 36 definitely gets an incendiary buff. Flak 36 is nasty with this battle group. Now, Wadden has been able to get the triple cap going, and now he has Sergeant Slaughter bottled up. Not necessarily from a resource perspective, but definitely from a map control perspective. Centaur forced away before it could do a ton of damage to these Panzer Grenadiers, but the infantry section blob on the opposite side could catch these Panzer Pioneers out. The Panzer III is here to support. He's just got to kite these sections well so he doesn't get double snared. Fortunately, the 6-pounders are in the middle of the map. Yeah, the Pioneers need to get out, and they're going to retreat. This is going to be a tough retreat path for them with all these sections. Oh no. Yeah, those Pioneers are gone. Wadden getting his company command post out. Grenades exchanged. Oh, that's a big hit from the DAC grenade. Good dodge for Sergeant Slaughter. So infantry, blob, or platoon, whatever, forced to retreat. I'm sorry, the accusations make me laugh so much. When you don't dodge a grenade and the grenade hits you and kills, fortunately only 3 or 4 models. Yeah, that's not your opponent outskilling you. This 6-pounder, this is something Ares always said to me. If you decrew an enemy's team weapon, you either need to steal it or destroy it as soon as possible. You can't just leave it out here to get recrewed, because 2 6-pounders is a lot more lethal to a Panzer III than 1. So something to keep in mind. The Panzer Grenadiers cleared that. He has the med truck, which right now is sitting in his base. I would have loved to see him come up, steal it with the Panzer Grenadiers, back up to here, and then kind of reman it, or just drag it to his headquarters. We see another fuel cache going in for Wadden. I don't know that is the right answer, especially 25 minutes into the game. That fuel cache, I don't think is going to give him the resource advantage that he thinks it is. Big infantry section blob coming through here. Panzer Grenadiers, I mean, obviously going to get out DPS here. The P3's got to get involved. Second P3 on the way. Pack 38 position in the middle to deal with the Centaur. And now we see a Crusader 2 out. Oh, Firestorm Barrage comes in. It's a nice little, hey, get off me. And he's actually going to allow him to hold this VP. He clearly doesn't see the Crusader. Panzer III on its flank. The Pack 38 not rotated appropriately. The Panzer III should be able to cause some problems here. It's a shame that Panzer Grenadier Squad retreated, because he could have been able to snare this. Now the Crusader at risk of getting hit by this Pack 38. Yeah, incendiary round comes in. This Crusader is almost certainly done. It's going to get out of the arc, but one more hit from the Panzer III. Crusader knocked out. Centaur on the flank. Pack 38 flips around. The other Pack 38 kind of stuck. Oh, you got to get a snare off here. There it is. But now we're going to see the Hawker Typhoon loiter. Centaur knocked out. This is not the loiter to use against Panzer IIIs that have not been snared or critted. This one's very low, but they're too mobile, and this loiter is not extremely responsive. Yeah, that was really nice. The second Panzer III coming in on the flank, I agree. That was a really good play. Way to capitalize and crush your opponent's vehicles. And then Wadden, my biggest issue with this, I know it's only 150 manpower, but he keeps investing in these caches. And it's resulting in him not having enough on the field. Another infantry section. It is blobbing, but at this point, he could just kind of outmass the DAC, who are down to just 2 infantry squads. Right? With these AT guns in support, you don't need a bunch of fuel caches. What you need are maneuver units. And for Sergeant Slaughter, yeah, there we go. The investment into emergency repair kits. And then the other big thing here, Wadden has not invested at all into infantry, team weapon training, armored vehicle training. Those training upgrades for the Brits are incredibly important. Wow, this infantry section push into the base here, I'm not 100% certain what the thought process is. Immediately suppressed by the bunkers. Wow, but big hits from the 6-pounders. Nice use of the flare with this section. Although the P3 is going to get out before it's knocked out. Yeah, I don't know. He pushed all the way up. And this is the downside, right? Is Sergeant Slaughter has won a bunch of engagements, but most of his infantry has been killed. So his ability to contest across the map, very limited. Hey, thanks, Christoph. And I appreciate you watching while you're working, but this will be hung up long term afterwards, so you can catch whatever you miss. I can't tell if Wadden is trying to be, on one hand he's saying he's playing poorly, but then he's asking Sergeant Slaughter why he hasn't won yet. And so I kind of wonder if he's trying to be polite. Maybe, I know there's probably a little bit of a language barrier. So I will throw out there, I'm super impressed with all of you that play this game and communicate in a second or a third language. That's a little bit insane. A CNC machine, nice. And what's crazy to me, obviously, these 3 sections are just going to really burn down these Panzer Grenadiers. But with 3 sections, they are going to win any 1v1 right now with their upgrades. You can easily spread this out. And then with their snares, you don't have to worry incredibly about the Panzer IIIs. You can always throw a snare back up and move your 6-pounders over. Sappers find a Pack 38, and he's really got to press his advantage here to clear this weapon, potentially grab it. 6-pounders moving up to support. This could be a very bad outcome for Sergeant Slaughter. Does he see the 6-pounders? Oh, it's probably right at the edge of the vision range here for both. Pack 38's going to spin around and shoot. Oh, there's the salvo. Couple big hits. The Panzer IIIs really need the DAC upgrades. Otherwise, they are extremely squishy. Brit infantry is very strong. What makes them incredibly challenging to deal with is the training upgrade. So the veterancy plus, you know, obviously you get the weapons upgrade, and then the training upgrade is just nasty. Oh, the timing. The 88 gets the hit off, then the snare, another snare coming in. Grant annihilated. Huge pickup for Sergeant Slaughter. Every time Wadden gets something out there, I feel like he just dives. He's too aggressive with his vehicles and not aggressive enough with his infantry. Yeah. And there are a lot of feelings going on in the game right here. And I think this is pretty common. When you look at your opponent, you think, okay, I should be able to beat this guy. But you're 30 minutes into the game, and in general, you know, I look at ELO, and I think I inflate my own ELO quite a bit. So when I look at who I'm playing, it's like, oh, I should win this. I always think I should win. And so it can be frustrating when you start making mistakes. A player that you think you're better than catches you on your mistakes. So I've started to listen to calming music while I play, and that helps a little bit, but not a ton. Walking Stuka on the way out, I think that's a great way to deal with the pack wall that Wadden has built. Yeah, you see the LEIG does some damage, but it's without being microed aggressively, the damage is just too partial to really matter. Oh, he gets the retreat off on the infantry section in time. These other 2 sections, rifle grenade comes in, good dodge. Now the flak 36 in the back there, on one hand, it protects you if you get for dives, right? But it also doesn't zone out very much to the map, and you can see Wadden still has the cap advantage, has the resource advantage. He's got another Grant out on the field. Yeah, David, you're exactly right. That's what you should do. He says, don't look at ELO, just play, treat everyone like a pro. You're 100% right. But I can't help myself sometimes. Another Grant on the field. The Grant is a really good counter to this build here that Sergeant Slaughter has, with the exception of the 88. Oh no! Panzer Grenadier Squad melted. Walking Stuka comes in, interested at the target. It should be the AT guns. Yep. Nice! Wow, look at the RNG! Look at the scatter on that! All 3 AT guns cleared. Oh man. You gotta, I think, with these P3s, you focus on the Grant. Here comes the Typhoon Loiter. And the Firestorm. The Flak 36 should be really good against this Typhoon Loiter. You might have to put it in anti-air mode. So it looks like we're going to try to grab one of the AT guns with the med truck. Grant immediately decrews it. Oh no, what just went down? Yeah, that's the Pac 38 they picked up. Loiter's still in the field. For some reason, the 88... Oh, it's because he picked it up with the truck. bitter game here. Both players very frustrated. All right, so now we see the med truck. It's converting, you know, the med attachment can recruit before that. Infantry section picks up all 3 AT guns. Now we're going to see Panzer Grenadiers, another squad. And you need, it's crazy because you need that as Sergeant Slaughter, right? You need the infantry on the field, but at the same time, Vet 0 Panzer Grenadier squad just going to get melted by these infantry sections in this Grant. Yeah, first hit starts coming. Oh, big hit from the Grant. Vet 3 squad going to get away, but here comes the walking Stuka. Oh, huge hits. 2 AT guns cleared. All 3 cleared again. Yeah, if you're not using the walking Stuka in this patch, especially against team weapons, you are leaving money on the table. AT guns continue to be cleared. Grant's here. Oh, they focused the med truck. Really smart play. Those infantry sections are basically combat ineffective right now. And now the walking Stuka is at Vet 1. So creeping barrage unlocked. Obviously, it's on a separate cooldown. He's starting to clear these AT guns, which is smart. Pac 38. I would love to see him move the Flak 36 up here to zone out the center VP. Now, Wadden doing a good job capping on the flank, but without those AT guns, a single Grant on the field, really not enough, and all that recruiting cost him a ton of manpower. Alright, last of the AT guns knocked out. Yeah, this Flak 36, we got to get it set up somewhere in the center here, and then for Sergeant Slaughter to close this out, he just needs to pick a side to survive the next couple minutes because he's on the drain here. He's got to pick a side, hold the center on one side, and commit there. Yeah, he doesn't, and what he really needs is rapid advance so he can start using these P3s to cap. Now, interestingly enough, he has access to mechanized advance with his Panzer Grenadiers, so if he were to throw them on his P3s, a little bit of a wasted walking Stuka barrage here on these sappers, especially as the infantry sections show up to challenge here in the center. P3s are going to swing back, grenade dodge, and the section's just going to stand on this VP. A couple of big hits between the P3 and the LAIG. Our VP capped. Another squad of assault grenadiers on the way out, and I think... Yeah, exactly. Which, Liberator, the irony is with all the map hacking accusations. Yeah, if he could just see how little Wadden actually had, he could just close this game out. He's got to get on the VPs. Assault Grenadiers, I don't think, are the answer here. And then you see just a lot of these units somewhat stagnant. And that's also part of the problem here. You need all of your units to be gainfully employed as much as possible. Browning BAR. Oh, they picked it up from one of the British vehicles and then they got knocked out. Really funny to see a BAR. Yeah, exactly. And the Grant being repaired off on the flank. Looks like we're going to see a push here in the center. The Flak 36 and Pac 38, unfortunately, not in a good position to fend off what are now 2 Grants here. Still haven't seen any meaningful upgrades outside of the emergency repair kits. You need this walking Stuka to be on the spot here to prevent this capture. The Firestorm, I don't think is the right answer. It's not going to counter as quickly. There's the walking Stuka shot. The Brits get the decap off. The sections are going to dodge. But the assault grenadiers do cap the far VP, so not a double cap here. And that'll buy Sergeant Slaughter just a little bit more time. Although Sapper is now going to challenge here on this VP. And again, 2 Sapper squads should annihilate these assault grenadiers, especially when they... Oh, grenades, but kind of a missed shot from the grenades. Now with the grants on them, the assault grenadiers forced to depart. So Wadden going to be able to put the cap pressure back on. I'm trying to figure out what this indicator is here. Rapid fire. Okay, so that's the Bet 1 ability. Forces the grants away, but the infantry sections here in the center finally get pushed off. Nice swing with the Panzer IIIs. Panzer Grenadier is going to get back on the center VP. Only a handful of VPs left. He's basically got 15 seconds to decap this, which he will, but now he's down to 12 seconds of life. I don't know. That's something, David, we are going to talk about after this game, depending on which way it goes. And see, KD even, pretty much. Dak gonna get this cap. I don't think that this third grant hits the field. I don't think that this cutoff play is the answer here. I think you got to find a way. Wadden has thrown away his vehicles before. An intel radio beacon, not the use of manpower I'd recommend. Big hit from the Flak 36. Pack 38 sets up. It'll get another shot off. Oh, that Grant very close to going down. He has to close this out. They target the wrong tank. One more shot. Yeah, 1 Grant knocked out. Here comes the Hawker loiter. So the Panzer III is going to be forced back. The rocket's going to miss. Panzer Grenadier squad left on this cutoff gets annihilated by the infantry section. And now, unfortunately, he has very little to hold this VP. Wow. Oh, that's the game right there. That Typhoon Loiter hitting the walking Stuka 10 miles outside the radius and killing it, that's going to prevent Sergeant Slaughter from countering this infantry section blob. And now with these the side VP being capped, I don't see a route back into this for Sergeant Slaughter here. Oh, that's a big oof for Relic, and with the Flak 38, oh, but because it's within, it's camouflaged, so it's not shooting at the airplanes. Oh, that's just a comedy of errors here that I think has the potential to cost this game. Somehow, Sergeant Slaughter has gotten back on this VP in time. Wadden has enough for yet another grant. Yeah, it's on prioritized vehicles. You're right. So big reason it's just not shooting at the airplanes. More P-Grens on the field. With all the fuel that he has and the vehicles that Wadden is struggling to counter, in my opinion, the answer, rather than these assault grenadiers, panzer grenadiers that keep dying, would be rapid advance and then use your Panzer IIIs to sit on some of these points and cap. Get a Krad Schützen out to harass. But the infantry are not scaling well. See what looks like a Matilda coming out for Wadden here. And here comes the big platoon into the center. The sappers with the minesweeper able to kind of counter the detection. Assault grenadiers, yeah, they need to get into the circle. Oh yeah, the ruined building piece of it. Nice use of the Firestorm to buy himself some time. Assault Grenadiers force away the sappers. Oh, 2 grants and a Matilda. The P3s can't prevent the cap here, so the sections can stand on it. Here comes a snare onto one of the P3s. Panzer Grenadiers get melted by the British armor. And the P3 is just not doing enough damage in reverse to these sections. Yeah, Wadden can really force the issue here. Looks like he's not going to. He's going to be content with the decap. The tanks are going to continue to push. Yeah, he really just needs to move this flak up. I think like here would be a good spot where it can protect the flank and also the center.
It looks loaded. It's ours. Orders completed.
A BAR for those assault grenadiers. That'd be a nice pickup, but not gonna help against these tanks. Throws a smoke grenade. Really good against infantry, less good against vehicles. You should see attack ground into the smoke here. Instead, they're gonna focus on the Panzer Grenadiers. Oh, Sapper throws a grenade. Both players really focused around the center VP. Oh no, those triple vet Panzer Grenadiers. They're forced off. You gotta get the Flak 36 up here to help with these tanks, especially with incendiary munitions. Come on, man, just slide up here. You're not gonna be able to kill off the sappers otherwise. Sapper's gonna force off the Pack 38. Infantry section here to continue the cap. Pack 38 cleared. Flak 38 swiveling around. Pack 38 knocked out. Flak 36 gets a good hit off. Oh, and that's gonna do it. Alright, well, naturally it's not gonna let me show the map here, so we'll take a look. Initially, KD, obviously in Wadden's favor for the Brits. Yeah, first off, GG, right? Let's remember manners always. Thanks, Alter. So manners. Good luck, have fun. Good game, well played. This is a game. So, getting into some of the stats, I thought Sergeant Slaughter did a really good job initially having the advantage in vehicle play and taking advantage of some of Wadden's more aggressive vehicle pushes. The KD here, this is what's really not sustainable, especially as the espionage battle group. And then we talked about, so I'll kick back over into this for a minute. Oh, and a little bit of camera stutter, I apologize, but we talked about the flak being out of position. To me, it felt like a little bit of potentially fatigue from both players, right? When you start to see players kind of blob through the middle. Let's see if this fixes the camera. Okay. So as games go late, you can struggle sometimes to maintain the same tempo, the same map awareness. I am certainly guilty of it. This is why some of the guys I'm thinking of that, like the StarCraft players that rely on control groups and bouncing across the map, that can be really impressive to keep up that pace for an extended period. That to me looked like the biggest reason that Sergeant Slaughter didn't close this out early. The Brit did, yeah. So he had access to the naval bombardment. You're right. Not sure if that's why he kept the flak in the base. To me, it felt like a little bit of fatigue, maybe, and a little bit of lack of like big map awareness. Right. The other thing that we saw early in the game was the fuel on kind of the northeast corner of the map going completely untouched by either player for an extended period of time. So this is why guys like when Aries was coaching me, really forcing me to get into the attack map. You just see so much more. It helps keep you from blobbing up your infantry. And then I think honestly, some of the build order stuff at the end of the game, I'd like to see more upgrades from both players. I really like to see the infantry training. I think the infantry training would have won this one for Wadden way sooner. The armored vehicle training would have absolutely helped. Team weapon training really helps your 6-pounder stay alive, although the walking Stuka is super powerful. On the DAC side, vehicle survival would have helped keep the flak filling alive early, right? Extra 40 HP, which is basically another AT gunshot. The smoke. Emergency repair kit's always a good choice, but the rapid advance, rather than get out some of those late game infantry squads, I would love to see rapid advance, armored reserves, and then get out a P4 with the assault grenadiers. So you get 2 units with 1, and you can start to out APM your opponent. So game was fairly even. I think Sergeant Slaughter probably should have won this, which I know, like, I asked you to send me a good replay. And that's basically what I would say is that you're good at winning the engagements, but you need to focus on spreading out the map. Yeah. So Ultra says sometimes, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name, but it would be nice for Dak to have non-doctrinal lead infantry. The Panzer Grenadiers can be really, really good, but he didn't invest in the veteran squad leaders. And so that's part of the issue, right? You don't get the 6th member. That's that's extra DPS. That's extra survivability. But then investing in the infantry late in the game against Matilda's, Grants, and Centaurs, infantry is not the answer. I would look at, if you're going to go infantry, get Panzer Pioneers. They can repair a little bit faster. You get Minesweepers. You could go with the Panzer III with the Panzer Pioneers and the Granatbüchse on it. You can go for the Stug G. You want to talk about great counter for multiple grants. The Stug Gs would be nasty. Once you cleared the AT guns, there's an anti-infantry problem. I probably would have gone P4, or with all the fuel that he had. You can always save up for the Tiger, right? A Tiger plus a Flak 88 is nasty. So in summary, Sergeant Slaughter, that's the biggest thing I think you needed. You probably just needed a little bit of more investment into the upgrades, less late game infantry because they show up at vet 0. To Liberator's point, if the DAC had elite infantry, that, that's the advantage to the allies. They can call in foot guards. They can call in commandos to kind of start at a higher level. For Wadden, could have closed this one out sooner if you'd been a little bit more conservative with your vehicle play and you'd spread your infantry out a little bit more. Once you start getting wipes on the DAC infantry, the infantry sections just outscale them. The infantry training helps you outscale them. The Recce package upgrades are good. The pack wall, good idea against the Panzer IIIs. Keep your AT guns spread out a little bit. I think both players would have really benefited from practicing with the TAC map a little bit. And then, as always, try to have fun. I really hope we don't see too much more anger in the chat, but it is a kind of a feature, not a bug, of CoH3. So I will do my best to keep it positive over here. But first and foremost, thanks for sending that one in. That was a nice kind of kickoff. Yeah, David, 100%. Lack of map awareness for both players, and then combine that with the fatigue as the game goes late. If you play multiple games in a day, that will start to wear you down, and you start to fall back into bad habits like blobbing. So, yeah. So let me queue up the next one here. We will take a short break, and then I'll get another cast going. Seocheon, because you're here, I'm going to pull up one of the games that you sent me. So let's see, here we got. Yeah, let's do this 2v2. All right, say hide that. A little bit of a change to the overlay.
Hello, Shark. How you doing?
Yo, who I got here?
Alta.
Yeah, that's what I thought. How you doing, man?
I'm alright.
Oh, this
Good game. So watch the last one.
Nice. This
plenty for both players to learn from, I think.
Yeah, I agree with you. This is going to be a good one here. I'm not going to worry about putting the ranks up, I don't think. But we have a South Korean showdown. All 4 players from the Republic of Korea. Yeah, oh, and let me send you this replay file so you can get synced.
It's alright. I think I'll just watch the stream because I don't even know if I have the game installed right now. But I won't do any live casting. It's fine.
Okay.
I can just like pick up some things that are happening and talk about them after.
Okay. All right. We've got the correct flag on everyone. I'm not necessarily going to worry about trying to throw Elo and ranks up there. I have I have a nasty feeling, but I'm not going to make any accusations just yet. So hard to hear the co-caster. Yeah, Otto, let me turn you up real quick. Thank you for that. All right.
How am I sounding now, guys?
I have you loud and clear, but I also have IEMs in. Yeah, okay, so better. So let's kick this one off. We've got, like I said, 4 players from South Korea. On the Allied side in blue, we've got the American forces Kim Moo. So I'll just call him Kim. In teal, playing the Brits is Calm Down, Just a Game. Then opposite them, red is Elven Gold playing Wehrmacht, and purple, Take Care of Yourself, also playing Wehrmacht. Looks like we're going to see Luftwaffe right off the rip. Paul Pio's coming in on this forward fuel point in the city here. So, Otto, I've played this map quite a bit in 2v2s. And I think kind of the meta strategy from a team perspective is really to focus on this plus 10 fuel here in the center. And to focus less on the city. I don't know if you've seen something similar, different, but it looks like one team, it looks like the Wehrmacht team is really focused on it, and the Allied team not so much.
Yeah, I think at high level I've seen both. And it just depends on the openings that both teams are trying to go with. You know, you're going to want to be careful if the Axis team is setting up with machine guns in the middle. It can be sensible for an Allied player to push to take the top, because oftentimes we're going to have an issue getting, moving into that built-up area in the early game.
Yeah, we're gonna
see that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, both teams are kind of adapting to the mix-up here caused by Luftwaffe, right? So Luftwaffe able to extend further on the map than your typical where player would be able to do.
Yeah,
so
Elven Gold really leaning into that.
Hard for that mule, yeah.
Yeah, so he's going 3 Pioneers and 2 Fall Pios. Again, really reaching for the resources, trying to lock down the city. Big Allied counterattack here in the center with the Aussies. Oh, Sapper's getting bled down a lot by these Grenadiers. And Take Care of Yourself has also gone... No, I would take it back. I thought for whatever reason he went Luftwaffe, but he has not made a choice yet. Yeah, I'll bump him up one more time here. Let me pause the game, sorry. I'm just gonna bump you up a little bit more so people can hear you.
No worries.
Okay. And we're back. Yeah, so the focus on the fuel I think is important, but if you own the entire city, you get all those resources back. Although it looks like Kiki Mu, Seichion is saying how I should say his name. He has been able to recover some of that with a combination of scouts and rifles. And now a very aggressive push onto this cutoff. So he's saying, that's cool, drop your Fall Pios into the rear. I'm just going to cut you off entirely. And I'm actually kind of blown away by how effective the Allies have been here in just pushing right up the gut. I'm sure there are some Axis mains that would say, yeah, I'm used to it. But this is, you would think with the 3 Gren squads, 4th on the way, the potential to build MG42, they would have been able to kind of shove this back.
Yeah, and I think that's the risk of, you know, if you're going to go one Luftwaffe player, they're going to be quite extended away from your other warrior teammates.
Mm-hmm.
And oftentimes you're going to want, you know, 2 supporting machine guns. And we're only seeing the first MG coming out now, and it's a bit late to prevent the damage that's already been done.
Yeah, and so the Allies have been able to shove their way all the way up the middle here. Grens have moved up using good cover. Yeah, force the sappers away. So now these Aussies going to be outnumbered. Oh, one Gren squad knocked out. Nice use of the scoped rifle, like marksman ability. So nice pickup there for Calm Down. And then for Jubin, to answer your question, yeah, I actually, I can't remember who brought that up. It was probably Tightrope. But the scoped rifle on the Aussies is almost a straight downgrade. I think they get better accuracy against units in cover, but they lose accuracy, a lot of accuracy on the move. And so I think the general recommendation is lean on the marksman ability, not the scoped rifles with the Aussies.
Yeah, it seems like an oversight. I think in the most recent patch they forgot to improve, when they improved the base damage of the Aussies, they didn't subsequently improve the damage of the scope rifles. So yeah, you actually get a at pretty much any distance apart from max range, the rifles are doing less damage than the the scope rifles are doing less damage than the base, which is daft.
Yeah, that, and I imagine that'll get fixed at some point. Now we're starting to see the mid game tech here, infantry support center for Kikimu. So Elven Gold has gone for the Luftwaffe company. Take Care of Yourself has gone for the Panzer Grenadier company. So nice balance build from the Axis. Kikimu going for a 4th rifle squad, and he also has yet to choose a battle group. Calm Down just a game, getting into his platoon command post. Yeah, I agree with you. The Aussie Recce package is expensive, and so for it to be a downgrade like that is really frustrating. Oh, look at these Sangvar walls here. So it looks like the Allies are going to be able to kind of make this fuel point their strong point and try to pivot off of that. Kikimu has been very active with his rifles and scouts contesting the city, but so has Elven Gold here with all these pioneers and no engineers on the field for the US players. So the opportunity to throw mines down everywhere for Elven Gold is extremely high. Speaking of which, Rifle Squad hits a mine in the city.
I
Now,
think that's the risk of going so heavy on scouts on that side of the map. You know, you really want engineers, in my opinion, because you want the minesweepers. You also possibly want a flamer. And I think he's just been a bit too aggressive with scouts, and it's meant that he's kind of run them into the Fortune pioneers, and has pushed them up. But he's ended up being pushed off.
Yeah.
Instead of being able to sort of hold them back a little bit and using them to back cap, it's taken too long to uncap or decap all of those rear points that are seized.
yeah, so we are going to see a really heavy rifle build here. So we see the BARs invested, we see a 4th rifle squad on the field. Fallschirmjägers here, and with the Luftwaffe company veterancy, they're at a veterancy advantage over these rifles already. Rifle's going to get forced into a tough retreat path because of this wire. They bleed quite a bit. This rifle heavy strategy may not work out well for Kikimu here.
Yeah, gotta respect Fallschirmjägers. They're much stronger than they used to be. Quite slightly sad not to see any Grens with this build. Triple Pioneer and double Fallschirmjäger. Fallschirm Pioneer means you don't get that insane value of being able to merge into Grens, which is very nice.
Yeah, it's like, I feel like that's something he could back tech into when he has the manpower for it. But my guess is he's going to lean into the Luftwaffe manpower cheats to get the most out of this.
That's true. It's very, very strong. I mean, my personal preference is to go down left tree because I really like getting a cheeky frag bomb in mid-game.
Yeah. Humber has found a Stummel, but a Pack 40 in the back here gets the follow-up shot, so the Humber picked up. That is a huge pickup for the Axis. They also grab a scout squad here in the center with these Grenadiers. Looks like Calm Down, as he splits his attention between the South VP and this +10 fuel, taking a couple of losses. The rifles in the city here also not having as much success as they'd like. Now the second squad of Fallschirmjägers is on the field. Pioneers just with a lot of utility. And Kikimu is going to go armored. First Scott out on the field. I think this makes sense. There's a lot of synergy in a rifle heavy build into the armored battle group.
Yeah, it looks like the Axis kind of had a better idea of what they wanted to achieve with their builds on this map, and they didn't execute it particularly well early on. But we're starting to see the logic of their choices coming up now, and I think the Allies kind of treading water a bit. A little bit too defensive, really, from the Brit player, and just sort of sitting back and saying, oh, "I've got the fuel. I'm happy. I'm just going to sit here." And then as soon as he allows his opponent to build up and punish him when he overextends.
Yeah, I think that analysis is exactly right. Pack 40 in the back knocks out a Sangvar wall, knocking out another one. That's really smart and creative play to help get rid of the green cover for these allies. The Grens are not going to scale well against the Aussies, but the Stummel is another fantastic counter. 2-pounder in the back is just not responsive enough to catch the Stummel out. Yeah, pulling the Grens back, this little kind of withdrawal in detail. But now the Gren's starting to bleed a little bit as the Aussies focus fire. This Aussie squad should retreat. Stummel's gotten a couple of big hits in. And I don't think that... Oh no, that Aussie squad. And the Grens get it at max range in exchange for one of their own. I think if you're the Vera player, you'll take that trade every day.
Yeah, he's very fortunate that Calm Down ran out of munitions, so there was no snipe.
Oof.
Otherwise, that would have been a cleaner trade. Oh god, but there goes.
Yeah, the 2-pounder picks up the Stummel. The fire rate on the 2-pounder, just insane. Plus the shorter setup time than the other AT guns. And honestly, its penetration is not as bad as maybe it should be for its speed and utility. I think the 2-pounder has even more synergy in team games just because you can get them out so early. It's not tech-based, it's CP-based. Maybe less so against Ver, but definitely against Dak. A Brit player with a couple of 2-pounders is usually a solid prescription for mid-game allied woes. Now the over-repair enabled. I would love to see a little bit of synergy here. Maybe the Scott could over-repair so it could just eat a pack 40 round. Scouts with stealth recon on. I like it. Usually, I don't see that ability used all that often. Wow, Fallschirm Pioneer squad gets picked up by the rifles. But now Fallschirmjägers and Wirbelwind trying to exact some revenge.
Yeah, Elfengold needs to step up here. He's got a very, very powerful mid-game army, and his teammate just got absolutely decimated. So, I mean, this is the point where he really needs to swing and start, doing some damage and doing some bleed.
Yeah,
it's easier said than done though. But no AT gun or AT option from the USF player. I'd imagine that this half track is going to turn into a gun half track though.
Yeah, it does.
There it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Kikimu just now teching grenades, so it's obviously a lot easier to tell when you're a caster. We need a translator for the smack talk, the Korean smack talk. I do not read Korean, unfortunately, so we'll just assume that they are like when my dog barks at people. She's just shouting hello very loudly. I assume that's what they're saying. Wow, that was nice micro, my friend. We should do the dub, like, what is it, Fit 100 or whatever, that Netflix show on... if anyone knows what I'm talking about.
So, I mean, slightly off topic, but one of the things that I'd really like to see get added in the next battle group for Wehrmacht, which I think would make things quite spicy, is some equivalent of the Code 2 Puma. Because it would make builds like this from the US player that are currently just far too safe a lot scarier if the Wehr player has a mobile light AT vehicle.
Oh, similar to its own half track?
Yeah, I'm thinking of something, around 60 fuel call-in that's just AT only, and can just outrange or out trade the gun track basically. Because right now this unit it's very good, it's very strong. I don't really want it to get weaker, but I just want there to be more counterplay. It's just very frustrating right now.
It is squishy enough that if it's not well microed, you can punish poor play. And honestly, sometimes the maps do that better than anything else with some of the pathing.
It's just unfortunately got its utility, and it's able at the target weak point, the gun disable. It's just, yeah, it's far too easy to play with it at the moment. It used to be almost impossible to play with it. It was terrible.
Yeah.
But it's become an essential part of every build, and it's totally fine to back tech for it because it's so strong.
Skang says next patch needs better coastals and a wizard buff. Hey, Liberator, can you ban Skang from chat?
Yeah, it's a unique opinion right there.
We got White Phosphorus coming in on the MG42 from the Scott. Just to be clear, I'm joking about banning Skang, but that is a wrong opinion if I've ever heard one.
I think coastals are slightly slept on. I think they're okay. They're certainly a better option, in my opinion, dealing with these Australian blobs than just going for pure Gren.
Yeah, Matilda on the field now bounces the first pack 40 shot. And yeah, so to your point earlier, I feel like Calm Down has really just focused. He said, this fuel is mine, and I'm going to stay in my lane, and I'm going to hold this fuel for my team. And, you know, this is, we're calling this a level up series. These are good players, so I really don't want to mansplain them too much here, but what I will say is that the next level of 2v2 play where you start to really see success is when the builds are synergized and the play is together rather than everyone playing their lane. Oh, here we go. Here's the Luftwaffe Loiter onto the Matilda.
Honestly, I think this Axis team build is looking quite complimentary. We just haven't actually seen any battle group pick. I just realized with 9 CP, take care of yourself.
Yes. I agree with you.
Independent man who doesn't need a battle. I don't know. It's a strange call. It's a lot of passive abilities at this level.
There's an amazing grenade onto those fall pyos right at the door, so they bounce out of the building. It hits them, but it looks like they are just barely going to get away. Scott chases even. And then with the Luftwaffe Loiter sitting over top of this fuel point, Axis are going to gain control, and the Matilda... honestly, at this point, I would just refit this Matilda and buy another one. It's going to take so long to repair.
It's an absolute shocker. I'm sorry. He's got to step up a little bit there. One HP remaining, and that's a really poor. I'm really hoping that doesn't punish him too badly. I'm really liking Marder's this patch, by the way. I think when we're seeing the sort of greedy tier 3 skip from USF players,
they're
thinking that they can essentially avoid having to pay that tax for an AT gun. And the Marder trades extremely well with the gun track right now.
Well, and especially on this map, in the center here, you can just sight the main gun. The Marder pivots much better than an AT gun. I believe the Marder's main gun does the same damage as an AT gun, whereas most tanks only do 120 damage per shot. With the extended range sight, it is a great counter. You've already upgraded the veterancy for it.
It has more consistent pen against Matildas as well, range, because you don't have to rely on slowly walking around, popping a first round camera bonus for the penetration.
Yeah, and we're gonna
kite it quite well.
Yeah, we're gonna see another Matilda here for Calm Down. So looks like he is gonna try to be the anvil and let Kikimu kind of be the maneuver element here. Another White Phosphorus barrage coming in from the Scott in the city. But another Warble out from Elven Gold. And I think Elven Gold is playing this build about as well as you can here. Heavy into Luftwaffe Company with Fallschirmjäger, Fallschirmpyro support, multiple Warble wins. he is more than prepared for the rifle heavy build that Kikimu has. The EZ8 has the potential to catch him off guard, especially if he can stay away from the Martyr. So we may see the allies take back control of the city here.
Yeah, he's going to need to unlock the skill points really soon and get himself a second Martyr. I think it's a powerful build at this timing, but it becomes increasingly fragile as your mediums start getting whittled away.
Oh, big pickup. One Wirbelwind knocked out, but now the EZ8 snare by the Fallschirmjäger. Martyr's going to continue to get some hits on it, but the EZ8 will get away. And we almost had, like we were talking about just previously, with the teams kind of playing together, you had the Axis players kind of converge in the center, and that nullified Kikimu's advantage here in the city. He was basically forced to redirect all of his combat power to the center so his teammate didn't get doubled. Oh, Aussie is knocked out. Big hit. Was that? That was the Vespa. All right, that's what I thought. I was like, that looked like artillery.
Okay, there's a big opportunity here to get officers to just go for the tier 2 officer training, just to get that insane tracking ability.
Yeah.
And just keep and wipe out the AT gun.
I think
give nice tempo.
Oh, he should. Oh, because he hasn't done that tier 3 veteran save. And it was Elvin Gold that did it. The Vespa, the accuracy on the barrage from the base is wild to me. And that's probably needs to be adjusted. I understand if that's your tracking barrage and you're paying munitions for it, but the fact that there was so little scatter on a unit barraging from across the map. Vespa hero unit. Calm Down is going to counter with bishops. Which I think bishops, if you're playing mixed allied 2v2s, Brit players should literally always tech bishops.
I'd normally agree with you, but I don't really see it here. He's got to roll pretty well in the AT guns. He's not even facing a single MG. I mean, honestly, it's a bit of a radical call, but I think I'd quite like to steer it here, just running in and killing them, sort of popping up the Wesper in the backline.
Oh, that Stewart would work well with that. Stewart with the tank commander combined with some of these team weapons also be really dangerous. Another Luftwaffe loiter coming in, targeting the rifles at first and then the Scott. I think it is time. I think Kikimu needs to get a AA half track out. Look at this huge push. 2 Werbels, 2 Martyrs, 2 Fallschirmjägers. Werbel's going to pursue the Scout. Scout knocked out. Hellcat arrives just in time. EZ8 provides some support.
Yeah, this is about as strong as Elfin Goldsong is going to get, and it's pretty scary. But if the Allies can hold the line for a little bit longer, I think they're going to be okay. They've just signaled that they've got the loiter instead of the frag bombs.
Mm-hmm.
I think, yeah, you just need to be able to stack an effective AT.
Yeah, the Axis in a great spot right now, though, on the triple cap. So that's about 5 minutes of VPs left for the Allies, a little less. Pack 40s, Brumbear, and a Vespa. So reasonably balanced build. The ability to build Stosstruppen. He has gone, obviously he's gone mechanized, so you're probably going to see Panthers here for the late game deal with the EZ8s. First Grant on the field for Calm Down. Second Grant in the build as well as a Bishop. I think the only thing the Bishop's really going to be able to help with is this Pack 40 wall here. Jubin says, do you know the radius range of the VP cap circle? I think it is 15, but I am not positive.
Yeah, no, I wanted to point that out, Liberator. That's a really cool idea. And at this point, we're seeing the emplacement flak being built instead of manpower sheets.
Mm-hmm.
And as we were saying, like, look at Elvin Gold's army already. He's not trying to save for anything expensive. He hasn't even teched. This unit is going to give him the most tempo right now. And it's really important that they put maximum pressure on the field right away. rather than investing in something that's going to pay off potentially in like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. So I like this call. And honestly, there's nothing on the field from the allies that's going to cost effectively fight this.
Yeah, I think this bishop just got on the field, but it's not going to be able to instantly counter this flak 36. So now the Axis have basically guaranteed that they can hold the center. And now
there's 3 pioneers to repair. It's it would take the bishop, like it would just tie up the bishop for the rest of the game, and it wouldn't kill it. So I think it's a cool choice.
we're seeing zeroing artillery come in on this fuel point. It's effectively dodged. The other advantage of this flak 36 is now your martyrs can be more mobile. You can slide your martyrs to the south, right, and support the Brumbear. Or you can rotate your warbles to the city, right? Grab this VP, get the triple cap pressure back on, and the 2 Easy 8s and the Hellcat from Kikimu not going to be able to tangle with all this AT here in the center.
I think it's important to remember, like, the reason why everyone thought this unit was terrible is during the meta where it was just like you were playing mediums and AT guns. And the USF player doesn't have any AT guns, so he has nothing that can come up and just shoot it.
Yep.
A couple of units have sort of slipped under the radar, I think, and then this is one.
Yeah, so it looks like Kikimu going to focus on making a big push here in the city. He is able to kind of push back these warbles. A lot of infantry coming over. The Fallschirmjägers with their ambush camo and their snares could be a little bit of a problem, but the martyrs, it's going to take them a while to get in position. Meanwhile, though, take care of yourself. It looks like he's going to make a big push here in the center and see if he can isolate. This is the big problem that I see right now, is you have one allied player on one flank, one allied player on the other, and they're giving up the center position, which means it's very easy for them to get doubled. So there's a lot of risk here. Big Pack 40 barrage into one of the grants. They're forced to back up. Now Luftwaffe Loiter comes in again. Oh, one Wirbelwind knocked out by the Hellcat. Oh, and all these vehicles stacked up. The Loiter basically getting double damage for free. Wirbelwind chasing down these rifles. It looks like the ally...
Really good play. I really like this because killing these rifles is far more important than losing a Wirbel. It's going to completely cripple Kikimu's army. Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah, two huge pickups. Oh, Easy 8 knocked out by the Martyrs. Now, Martyrs in danger here. One gets knocked out. The combination of the Easy 8s and the Hellcats. The other goes down.
Oh, no. And he didn't pick the smoke, so he didn't have no way to... Like, he had smoke that he could unlock there.
Yeah.
He's not playing that. That's not my bad.
Yep.
It's not a terrible trade overall. Honestly, knocking out late game infantry at this point is really good. His Fallschirmjägers are just completely uncontested right now.
Well, it looks like this other Wirbelwind is going to get picked up here between the Hellcat. Hellcat got to constantly reface so it doesn't get burned down by the Wirbelwind. So huge battle and trades in the city. All of Elfengold's vehicles knocked out in exchange for a couple of rifle squads.
I think, yeah.
And one Easy 8.
Trade. One Easy 8. Yeah, it's overall pretty bad for Elven. The question is, has he already tech tier 4? Because if he had a lot of resources banked up for a while. So, oh no, okay, he's just going to go into Jaegers. Okay, that's questionable.
Yeah, now at this point in the game, especially in this patch, the Jaegers do not scale the way you need them to.
Okay, now he's deciding to just go Martyrs. I think, yeah, he's going to be okay with a Martyr here. Fourth Fallschirmjäger was so greedy.
Yeah, I just noticed that. When did he get 4 Fallschirmjägers?
That's absolutely insane, given that he didn't go for the manpower reduction.
Oh, Pack 40s doing a lot of damage to these grants, but good use of the Bishop.
Yeah, this is where take care of yourself decisions to not go Panther is kind of baffling.
Do you see this creeping barrage? That is...
to rely just on IT guns. Oh my god, his army's gone.
That is savage. 2 Wespas on the opposite side, but huge losses for take care of yourself.
So I'm gonna say it because it's been making. I mean, his build has been making me think this entire time that he's more a comfortable 4v4 player because the guy's just stacking artillery and like cheap inf, and that's a decent 4v4 strat where you're just trying to throw shells into the meat grinder.
Yeah.
But he just hasn't got a robust enough combined arms army to fight 1v1 compared to his opponent who's just been stacking big tanks.
Yeah.
And just blew him up with an off map.
Another flak 36 on the field here.
Honestly, that's for what Elvin is having to carry this game now. And this might catch Kikimu off guard.
Oh, if
he's in this trap where he can't really afford to tech up, but he's not going to get any good units if he techs up. So, yeah, I think this is going to be a massive pain and could help delay the capture of the VP for quite a long time.
Wow, the line of sight, the placement on that emplacement is great because now,
perfect, yeah.
Yeah, it is basically perfect because he can hold this entire side, lock all the vehicular axes of advance off. And now, leaving a couple of Fallschirmjägers up there, laying some mines, he can divert his combat power here into the center to help take care of yourself.
That's true, Liberator. Yeah, the angle of the buildings.
Oh my god, the Vespa just knocked out the Hellcat from across the map.
Yeah. I don't know how it's getting line of sight, or how it's getting vision, but that's pretty crazy. Maybe there's a mine or something.
Yeah. Well, that hurts.
Kikimu's screwed right now. I mean, I was pointing out, I was talking about how important it was to kill the infantry. USF is so reliant on sending in your infantry ahead of your vehicles, and if you don't have any screen, I mean, Kikimu is just scratching his head right now. He can't push his angle. He honestly probably has to just go bottom, go defend the bottom VP and let calm down, do the work in mid.
Yeah, and with all these Fallschirmjägers and the ambush bonus, he's not going to trade well.
No.
4 grants are calmed down. And now the Panther hits the field.
Yeah, I think the Panther is going to help a lot. There's enough fuel, enough manpower needed for the second Panther.
Oh my goodness, the grants just shred those grenadiers.
Rumba's still alive though, so it's going to help with his guards.
Now the EZ8s come in looking for this Rumbear. It bounces the first shot, second shot penetrates. Yeah, this is where you want to see the veterancy on the Panther too. Because it just makes... Vet 1 Panther makes all of your other vehicles perform better. Jubin says Recon is king in CoH3. I completely agree with you. There's so much value in just being able to see what your opponent's doing, where his weapons are positioned, and choose your engagements. Makes a huge difference. I like this play from the Scott, using the smoke to try to help the engineers cap. Unfortunately, smoke's a little out of position. Balls move in. Black 36 is able to counterfire, but misses its first shot. Here comes the white phosphorus under the 42. Yeah, I see the 2 flags. Did I miss a third one somewhere?
Maybe you missed the second one.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be hilarious if you built a third flag at the bottom VP.
Oh, it is. It says another one's being built. I just don't see it. Alright, so Kikimu. Yeah, but there is one it says is being built in the overlay at the bottom, which is interesting. Rifle is able to decap the north side VP, so we're at a stalemate again here. Pioneer squad knocked out in the city by 2 EZ8s. Fallschirmjäger's smoked. We see a little bit of an attack ground.
Can we look at the bottom of the map because there's a giant grand flank going on?
Oh no.
Right in to take Gaz base.
The Grant base inspection. This is a legitimate... and there's the third Flak 36 in the center. The Grant base inspection can be absolutely devastating. Especially because he's going for the Panther production. So if his tier 4 gets knocked out, that's a huge blow. I'm a little bit mind blown right now with the third Flak 36.
The fact he's put it on take care of yourselves side. I mean, aside from being ironic, take care of yourselves name. It's really helpful because it's going to really help this ground fight at the moment as well as it does the extent it does. Yeah.
One Panther knocked out. A second hits the field.
The grabs are in a sticky spot right now. They're going to try and take down the Flak. I don't know if they can destroy it. There's artists in the back as well. These grabs are in a horrible position right now.
And they're sitting inside zeroing Artie.
Yeah, oh my word.
They do knock out the Flak 36, but 4 grants for a Panther and a Flak 36 is not the trade that you want.
Jubilandra asked, how is the ground spam possible? Because he deleted Take Care of Yourselves Army twice and just didn't get bled for like 20 minutes.
He also
was able to just build 3. He also got a fuel cache, yeah.
And refit all of his vehicles.
Yeah, it's fair enough, but he just threw them all away, which is really bad for the allies right now.
And Elven Gold has done a great job creating these little dilemmas for the allies to try to solve, right? With the Flak 36, the Fallschirmjägers.
He's getting insane value from these Flaks, and now the Flak can start shooting again. The Fallschirmjägers are shredding the riflemen. This is not enough for them. This is really cool. That's great.
I would never have thought to put a Flak 36 in the middle of the city here.
And now, Take Care of Yourself can just keep pressing the Panther button, and then just have a very decent army of Panthers and Vespers, and let Elven Gold do everything else.
Yeah, and with the double Vespa. Oh, the Martyr! What's the Martyr doing?
He can build another one pretty soon, but yeah, a bit of a shame. These Fallschirmjägers have to be a bit careful, yeah.
Yeah, Recon Martyr. The second Panther on the way. So the ally is in control of 2 of the VPs for now. Brumbear and Panther are going to challenge here in the south. 1 grant on the field, second one coming. But Calm Down has exhausted his fuel reserves. So this will be the last grant we see for at least another 3 or 4 minutes. And once the second Panther hits the field, that grant, his life expectancy goes way down. Oh, Easy 8's managed to clear the Flak 36 emplacement.
They patiently unpicked it. So they smoked in front of it, got around, barraged it a bit till it was low, and then pushed it. Nice.
One Easy 8 does get knocked out by the Martyr, but they're going to find this Martyr here. Yeah, the casemates struggle. You just got to stay out of the frontal arc. So Martyr's knocked out again. Another one hits the field. So Elven Gold really just tapping the Martyr button.
Yeah, and it's good that Kikimu has broken this strong position. It's taken him so long with it's allowed to take care of himself, that Elven Gold's allowed to take care of himself to get back in the game. So now the bottom VP is going to get secured. Mid is still a nightmare to push because there's Flak there and there's MGs.
Yeah, and Elven Gold can still kind of fight his way through the city here. The problem, though, is the Martyr is not really well designed to deal in kind of the tight, confined spaces, short sight lines. You know, maybe one of the Panthers diverts up north. If you have the bandwidth to fight across the map, you push here with these Fallschirmjägers, and you get a Panther from Take Care of Yourself up on the top.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Hindsight's 2020, but I think it's pretty clear that one of these 4 Fallschirmjägers should
The guards catch the MG42 facing the wrong way, and they can potentially deal with this Flak 36 in the middle all by themselves. The Fallschirmjäger's out of position, not able to help.
Oh, poor guy's just spinning around.
Yeah. Yeah, Martyr in the north knocked out. The Flak 36 here almost certainly going to be cleared by these foot guards. And they're just tanky enough to be able to ignore these Fallschirmjägers. Alright, emplacement just decrewed. They need one more salvo, or another salvo to knock it out. Oh no. It looks like,
Where's the satchel? I thought the Falchion Pioneer would satchel him, but oh my goodness, they kill it as well. And
Yep.
it survives.
Yep. And they're immediately going to pick it up. Although now we've got the big push here from Kikimu with the global on-field repairs.
He smells blood.
Yeah. Axe is now really on the back foot. This is, they have an advantage in VPs and VP control, but this push here is very dangerous. Black 36, first big hit comes in, but then the emplacement immediately decrewed. Rifles there just enough. Oh, Bishop destroys it. Yeah, Kikimu can push here, and there's nothing to really stop it. Take Care of Yourself has 2 Panthers, but they're out of position. Oh, they could cut down. They do. The Fallschirmjägers go down. Now we're going to see a panic loiter, but the quad 50's up in at vet 2. So first loiter pass comes in, does some damage to the Scott. Now targeting the Easy 8. That quad 50 knocks out one of the airplanes, and so effective counter to the loiter. Both airplanes knocked out. Yeah. Hey, if you don't have anti-air in 2v2s, you can't complain when the loiter smashes you. Oh.
Yeah, Elven Gold is going to need to take care of himself to step up quite a lot here.
He's going for the Panzer Grenadier headquarters. Oh, the Stas troop can just barely get away.
It's just the armor advantage is getting bigger.
Oh, the Grants ignore the Panthers, pick up the Brumbear. The smoke not enough to save it. 2 Panthers should be able to handle these Grants here, but they got to focus fire. They knock out one. More shots coming in. Grants could trigger their vet 1 here and put up a little bit more of a fight.
I think the risk of that is you slow yourself, and yeah, they're getting picked up.
Yeah, so the Grant's going to get, last Grant's going to get away, but both Panthers basically fine.
That's a really strange play to calm down. So instead of, I generally think there's been a bit of a lack of coordination from both teams. But you just didn't need to take care of yourself by his own. If he's combined with Kikimu, there's nothing that Axis can do. And instead he just takes a really bad fight and loses some of his most important units. Axis have a really good angle to get back in the game.
They do, although Kikimu just routs Elven Gold up in the city here with a couple more wipes, taking good control. Allies about to be on the triple cap. So 4 minutes of life from a VP perspective for the Axis.
Jubilant, you say the flag didn't pay off, but honestly, it brought a lot of time in the game at a position where the Axis were in a really bad spot. I think, honestly, if Take Care of Yourself hadn't just been spamming Wespers and had actually been able to, you know, have some mobile AT, it would have been totally fine, because it would have meant that if they managed to pull off a triple cap, like briefly, this game would already be over. I think Elven Gold, honestly, is playing a bit of a rush strategy. Like, he's supposed to, you're trying to win the game in the mid game.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, his teammate was playing, like, late game, like RT heavy, and not really getting enough pressure on the field.
There have just been a couple of really crazy engagements and wild trades that, like, in a vacuum you would never take, but I feel like there's almost like a little bit of like sunk cost fallacy playing out, where you're like, well, I've already committed to the dive, so I'm just gonna go for it. Like with the 4 Grants. And if they just immediately been like, you know what, this engagement's not going to go our way, let's back out. Maybe they're still alive.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I don't know what more you want a flat gun to do when it manages to help, like, kill 3 Grants by being, like, popping up in a strange angle and, like, hold the top VP for ages. Well, I think you make a good point of wishing he had manpower cheats now, but honestly, he had the units he needed to still win this game. He threw away Armada for free, he drove into the opponent's base, and that unit in itself is like losing the equivalent of, I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes of manpower cheats. So it's
Easy 8.
I think it's 1v1 thinking
There's also a little bit of when you can't see everything across the map. Sometimes you can get lulled into this false sense of security where you're like, oh, I'm clearly winning. And then you start to get a little sloppy, or you overlook some things, and you allow your opponent to get back into the game in a way that when you're casting, you kind of see it, but it's much harder to see in the actual gameplay. Yeah, look at just the volume of allied armor. Now you've got the over repair. Oh, 1919 gets shredded by the Vespa. Yeah, if I was calmed down, I would be investing into even more sappers and over repairing every vehicle on the field. And the allies just be able to run away with this one. MG bunker on the top side is at least going to prevent, take care of yourself from capping.
I don't know why take care of yourself investing in tier 2 for AT guns. It's a really weird call. I think you just needed like 3 martyrs at this point. The martyrs is like, they're gonna die, but they're still gonna trade fairly well with the easy 8s.
Yeah, I think...
Melandra asks, is Dak the only faction without manpower treats? That's correct.
Yes.
But Dak is weird and has a bunch of things that kind of make up for that in theory, where their upgrades are supposed to allow them to, especially in their late game, take insane manpower trades because you're fighting self-repairing vehicles and you're capping with vehicles instead of needing manpower, like we're seeing right now when you're having to run a jump point with infantry. So it's it can be challenging in extended games with Dak if you don't have the right composition, like most of the but otherwise it's fairly.
Just an insane engagement here in the middle. 3 Panthers, 1 goes down, 3 Grants. Rifles get a snare off. Looking up in the north, it looks like the allies are at least going to decap that north VP. So back on the double cap.
CoH3, you're talking smack about the espionage transfer. Beacons, they're insane. They're so good. You can trade useless munitions or fuel in the mid game for like an entire upgrade.
Yeah, looks like
a free unit.
Creeping barrage coming in on the Pack 40s and the Fallschirmjägers. Oh, those are some big hits. Oof. Fallschirmjägers, Fallschirmpilots go down. God. Yeah, and then a sync error detected. I think I know why. I'm gonna go ahead and say with the sync error that's the end of this game.
I'll just say, just build another funky wagon. They make you munitions.
Oh no. All right. So we're gonna drop this replay. Seo-chan, can you confirm the Allies won this game? I need more Goliath.
I really enjoyed that. I thought it was a really cool a set of ideas from the Luftwaffe player. I think his start was really bad.
Mm-hmm.
But he clearly had a good idea of how to play the mid game and just tried to stall. Unfortunately, there was just it looked like they definitely weren't an arranged team because his teammate was on a completely different planet in terms of the complementing the build.
Yeah, although
their early game was awful.
I will say, it can be tricky even with an arranged team. The first time you play with somebody, like, it doesn't guarantee just because you're friends or that you linked up together that your communication will be on point or your styles will be on point. And so I think that's, in the tiers of 2v2 play, like, coordinating is the first piece. I think people like team games because it feels you feel a little less isolated, right? And so you're like, okay, I can kind of play my lane, but I don't really have to worry about these other things because I have teammates to take care of it. I like 2v2s because it doesn't feel as wide or as daunting to manage the map as 1v1s. But if you can do it, if you've got that map awareness, it pays off so well. Ideally what you're looking for is a player that doesn't have to, you're not waiting to be asked by your teammate, hey, I need this help here. You look at the map and you see what's happening. You say, he needs this support from me. I'm going to send it now. Especially with infantry and some of these larger maps, it can take 20, 30 seconds for a squad to traverse. And in that time, your entire teammate's army can be wiped out. So Yeah. So many losses. So I will say, I like this game because I like games where people like take the gloves off and just throw throw haymakers at each other. It's a lot more fun. It's a little bit less clean and less clinical than I think you see with, you know, some of the super high level 1v1 players, but it's so much more entertaining to watch. You know, three Panthers are on the field shooting, and then one of them blows up and the turret flips over, and like that's the cinematic stuff that you want to see. But sorry, my thoughts are kind of all over the place right now. Okay, Otto, what's your biggest takeaway? Let's start with the Axis, the team that lost. So if you're the Axis team, what do you do differently to win this game?
So I think it's really challenging because it looks like they were not a pre-made team.
Mm-hmm.
I think I doubt that there was much communication going on at all. So I mean, that's the number one thing, right? It's okay to take bad fights. It's okay to kind of get wrecked. You saw that as long as you're like communicating and responding. So you saw take care of yourself. Really, really suffered in some of the early trades. Lost to Gran. Just had no control over the fuel at all. And I think if he's communicating that properly to his teammate, then you maybe are able to. Maybe he should be sort of setting himself up to figure out how they can like take back that zone and maybe get some more pressure.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, really, what you saw from him was just sort of sitting back, building up an army, and then just kind of building artillery and just shooting across the map. And that really meant that the Brit player was playing on easy mode because he was just sitting there building. He had enough manpower to build a cache. He gets a huge late game army of grants, and it causes a lot of issues. Where if he'd put any more pressure on, let's say he goes, instead of taking tier 4, he like builds some Stugs or something, gets a Nabelwerfer instead of the Wesper, and just maybe builds some like a slightly more impressive infantry or indirect fire, and like just takes a VP for a bit longer. That game gets won because his teammate is actually pushing really hard and has really good VP control.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think that's really, really well said. Skang says Day 101 is such a 50-50 map, regardless of teams, just a big counter versus counter slugfest. Certainly that's what we saw here. Not getting an archer going for the creeping barrage was a bit troll. I thought about that because when I saw the creeping barrage come in, at first I was like, really not going for the archer on this, but the grants were somehow enough, especially with the support from the American player in the middle. I think once Kikimu kind of won the city, the need for that heavy AT was reduced. The creeping barrage did get him a couple of huge kills. So yeah, it wasn't the choice that I would have made, but I think it worked out for him a couple of times.
I think you're absolutely right, Skeng, that normally this map turns into a slug match. But when you've got one player who's playing super aggressive sort of rush tempo build, like a Luftwaffe player,
Mm-hmm.
it changes the whole dynamic of the game. So, you had his opponent, the USF player, like building up that big sort of slug match style rifles and rifle and Easy 8 comp, and he got kind of rolled by the whirlwinds that kind of hit him earlier than he was expecting. He lost some rifles, he lost a lot of rifles in one of the later fights, and so the whole rhythm of the game is off. And actually, it becomes way more frantic because the allies lose so many VPs that it's pretty close. They're pretty close to losing, and meanwhile, like the Axis army is just like disintegrating.
Yeah, and we talked about the 4 Fallschirmjägers. I kind of think when you're dealing with that city, right, the Martyrs are not the answer. The Martyrs are great in the middle, the Flak 36 in the middle. Maybe instead of 4 Fallschirmjägers, you get a couple of Jaeger squads and put Shreks on them, because their ability to hop in and out of buildings means that they're going to be really hard for the Easy 8s to kill. And so now maybe you force Kikimu into other choices. Does he already had 2 Scots. Does he maybe go for a bulldozer to deal with the infantry, and it gives you a little bit of longevity? The Flak 36. Yeah, because I go back and forth. The 4 Fallschirmjäger squads, it seemed good until the Whirlwinds wiped the rifles, and then I think they lost a lot of their utility because against vehicles like the Easy 8 and the Scott, they're just going to bleed your manpower like crazy. See, on the Allied side, I think, oh man, I know they ended up winning it. It would have blown my mind if I was the Axis player and I killed 4 Grants, and then 10 minutes later in the match, I'm dealing with 3 more Grants. And
yeah, I mean that's the issue of just not having fuel control on that map for the entire time.
Yeah.
And I feel like you could see the Brit player wasn't trying very hard. Honestly, like at one point he's just like casually rolling up in his opponent's base with 4 Grants, and then just like rolls them into the middle of the map and goes, loses them all, and goes, yeah, builds them again. And then he loses them all, like 3 more Grants or 2 more Grants in the bottom VP. It's just, yeah, if you're not putting enough pressure on a UKF player, they are going to, yeah, they're going to have a very easy time.
yeah. Yeah. I have a buddy who says if you're relaxed in a team game, you're doing it wrong. Like a team game is not time to relax. You got to be protecting your teammates. But overall, I mean, I thought the Allies did a good job of kind of bringing that back. I think there's a lot of like really aggressive play, and the traditional, the Brit player hold the fuel, hold the middle, bend but don't break, and let the American player with the Easy 8s and the rifles get hyper aggressive. I thought their initial counter to the really aggressive Fallstrom Pioneer play was really good. Like, all right, we'll just hold the fuel, and because Take Care of Yourself was kind of spread out a little bit, have the rifles drive right at the center and go for that cutoff really eliminated any advantage that Elven Gold was going to get his team from diving into the city early. So good initial counter strat. That's why you'd almost like to see if you like the coordination, right? So if Elven Gold's going to dive into the city, Take Care of Yourself needs to lean a little bit more towards the center rather than trying to take that fuel by himself. And that's the difference between.
He's not going to take. Yeah, he's not going to be able to take the fuel reliably, so he has to cover the cutoff.
Yeah.
And they're just, yeah, they're just doing their own thing. What they think is like the best, like the optimal strat, and it causes them a lot of issues because there's no what that results in is the Stummel coming out super late. So yeah, there's just no good counter to the Aussies.
Yeah. The last thing I will say, both teams did a really good job of recognizing when a strategy was not working and adjusting. Right. So after kind of the power spike of the Aussies in the early mid game, when they started to kind of get knocked out and go away, you didn't see a lot of reinvestment into Aussies. When the rifles got knocked out, you didn't see a lot of reinvestment into rifles. You just saw another Scott hit the field, more Easy 8s, a Hellcat, etc. The one spot I think the Wehrmacht players got a little stuck, right? Because especially Elven Gold, the heavy investment into tier 2, right? Then he's kind of trapped from a fuel and manpower perspective. You would have liked to see him use some of that early or like mid game advantage to get tier 4 built, so he has the late game options.
So I'm kind of not entirely with you there because it's just a bit of a weirdness of this Luftwaffe build. Like it's set up for you to, you're up against Easy 8, so if you're building P4s, you're not necessarily, unless you're like, you have to invest a lot to make that good trade.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I think it's just making sure that you're getting like the variety of tools that you do have access to, like if you're able to get your Shrek Jaegers and up and nice and vetted, they're going to be able to carry you the game through the mid game.
Mm-hmm.
But again, this isn't a late game build, right? You really have to try and win the game in the mid to early late game. Otherwise, you're going to get rolled over by heavy armor.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, I think that's going to be a wrap on this one. What I'm going to do now, because I am out of coffee, I'm going to take about 3 or 4 minutes, go make a cup of coffee, queue up the next replay, and we'll look to do a 1v1 here. So everyone stay tuned. We will be right back. Yeah, I think, Jubin, I think it is change in penetration, but not damage. I actually don't know of anything in this game that does more damage, or where the damage changes by range. But penetration is definitely changes by range. But I will check that out. I also watch all Tightrope stuff. He definitely does a lot of testing. All right.
Is this a live game, Shrug?
This is not a live game. This is going to be this is another one sent in. So this is Liberator here playing Wehrmacht. Oh, what is my camera doing? All right, I can mess with that later. All right, so this one is another one of the level up games here. So the focus here is players that need a little bit more, want some more constructive feedback on the game itself. This time we got Liberator, who is also one of the mods here. He's playing very much here in blue, and then his teammate My Virtual Chess. So going back and forth between 2s and 1s. A little bit of a crutch here for me, but 2s are challenging to cast well. So I'm going to bounce back and forth to give myself a little bit of a mental break. Otto, you sticking around for this one too?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Just because I've got a one-track mind, Jubilandra, the thing with the Shreks is that the actual Shrek probably does less damage, but most units do have changes to their rate of fire based on range. So units tend to shoot faster up close. So your damage over time with that Shrek is going to be higher.
Almost like a DPS if you want to try to approximate it via DPS.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I imagine that's what's going on.
The other thing that there's a deflection damage. I don't know if Shreks have deflection damage, but that's another feature in this game where if you don't penetrate, you can still do some damage. Bazookas don't. You can tell because the bazooka shell itself bounces and flies off. But all right, cool. All right, we're gonna kick this one off here. Again, Liberator here in blue playing Wehrmacht. And then opposite him, playing the Americans, is My Virtual Chess. And so what we're not going to do is apparently see Pathfinder or Scout spam, because we're going Barracks and Engineer right away from Chess, who also shows up in the game as Fuse. Yeah, sorry, I don't speak French. And so Liberator going for the Kettenkrad, and then building his infantry company. So these are, I think, more what I consider like traditional starts. Virtual Chess getting a Jeep out right away. This can be a good counter to the Kettenkrad. And if you're not aware, you can just listen for sounds in the fog of war. So you can hear the Kettenkrad driving around, and sometimes that can cue people to do stuff like build a Jeep. He has armored as an option, so he can get the immediate vet 1 on the Jeep if he chooses to do so. Now, this map is a great map for kind of the double or the scout heavy build from USF because it is so wide. You can normally kind of spread out, do a lot of capping, keep your combat power in the center. The other reason I think you don't see a lot of 1 scout, 1 engineer play at the highest level for USF is because the engineers don't get the cap rate bonus. So while you do get some early game utility, you're unable to be as aggressive in terms of resource play early. So Jeep pairing with the scouts here to try to dominate the south side of the map, which is on the right side of the screen. We're going to see a Grenadier and MG42 counter from Liberator here.
So right off the rip, let's talk about the Jeep. Right? So at the beginning of the game, I was trying loads of different stuff that I knew wasn't necessarily meta, and you knew wasn't necessarily strong, but you just want to try it, you want to limit test it, you know. And the early Jeep with Novet 1 from Armored is one that I played around with a lot, just because, you know, it's fun. You want it to make it work. You don't feel like it should have to be locked to a battle group. But this thing just doesn't provide much value at all unless you get that Vet 1, and you have to get some seriously good pickups early on for it to get Vet 1 without the battle group. So you can see right now it's a dead unit because it took too much damage and it can't cap.
Yeah, engineers are on the opposite side of the field.
Yeah, it's just a -1 unit right now, and that's pretty sad.
And its main benefit is as a counter sniper, which if you do see the Vera sniper early, there's plenty of time to build a Jeep and deal with it. You said if you can't cap with it. The Weasel is a much better early game build decision for USF, I feel.
Yeah, the Weasel is just insanely good.
Yeah.
But again, if we're talking about openers that are not battle group dependent, maybe you're not someone who likes to build it, like tech their battle group early. This is just not one of the strongest starts out there.
Yeah. Liberator, excellent early fuel control despite limited map presence. So he's already got his Panzer Grenadier company on the way out. Just 2 Grens MG42 and Pioneer and this Kettenkrad. Yeah, and the Weasel does get capture veterans, the capture veterancy. Yeah, this Jeep just hanging on by a thread to its health here. You're right. It is a little bit of a wasted unit. Meanwhile, Chess has gone. He's gotten the med tent upgrade, which I generally like. It's very early for that though, and I think unless you're taking a lot of damage early and you've got a bunch of like half health models on the field, I think maybe you can afford to get out some additional units. And he's going to advanced infantry, and he's already elected to convert Rangers. Okay. So the meta answer is before you really heavily invest in Rangers. Now, you may be going for the power spike here, but before you heavily invest in Rangers, go for the advanced logistics. But because he hasn't even selected infantry support center, he doesn't have a captain on the field that's not open to him.
I think, yeah, this is going to catch Liberator off guard because he's only just now getting a P-Gren. And I think when the P-Gren arrives, when he sees the Ranger, he's going to kick himself a little bit and go,
But this is a it's a really interesting build for the Americans. If you look at the map control, it's not often you see a Vera player with fantastic map control in the early game against USF. So if he can lean into that advantage, right? Slight unit advantage, even fuel split, like you said, get a Stummel out. And now you can really start to bleed these Rangers because you don't see a captain yet. So that means no ISC, no advanced logistics, no manpower cheats. All of these casualties are going to hit just that much harder.
So we're talking about things to... I don't want to nitpick on sort of small issues or like positioning or anything. I think there's at this level there's just like some core build decisions that are a bit limiting for both players. I think Liberator's got the more standard build, one of the reasons why he's doing quite well on map control right now. Whereas you see Virtual Chess, if you really have to have more than 2 combat infantry squads as USF because you want to be able to pull your opponent around. You know, the whole idea of going mortar where you see an MG is okay, but really you should be seeking to outmaneuver your enemy rather than just trying to pure counter them. And you've got the scout there. You've got the Jeep to like flank an MG. Like you've got lots of tools where you don't necessarily have to rely on the indirect. Now there's a second MG coming up, so as I say that, you know, the mortar's going to get some extra value. But he's
Yeah.
floating 300 manpower, so
Yeah.
it doesn't mean that it's the right call at the moment.
Good. Advance forward to dodge the bundle grenade. This Panzer Grenadier is just shredded. With the Panzer Grenadiers do well at range against the Rangers, but up close they will melt until they get some veterancy. So one of the ways you can counter that is by getting the officers' quarters. It gives you that immediate 15% target size reduction that'll just help you a little bit in hanging in there against the Rangers. Now, Infantry Support Center is out, and now we're seeing motor pool. And I'm a little confused by the build. To your point, you definitely want more infantry on the field so you can outmaneuver your opponent. And if you're gonna try to like ranger death ball the other guy, maybe motor pool for AT guns, I guess, is where he's going with this.
So I actually think this is like a virtual press. Chess looks to me like a single player. That's not necessarily an insult. That's like I really actually I can see the elegance of what he's trying to do, where he's someone who just likes to build lots of different varieties of units. He's trying to build like different options that can deal with different types of threats.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so he's got indirect options. He's got mobility. He's got, you know, he's trying to get some AT that's going to help against the Stummel. So it's going to work out for him, but against this particular opponent.
Mm-hmm.
But I think so. The advice we're giving is sort of more general advice, isn't it? It's like, you know, you want to be able to, if you want to dominate the game right from the rip, then you're going to need to build more infantry early. You're going to need to try and push those cutoffs, push those, those territory points. But we're actually seeing a much more defensive style of USF, where he's sitting back a bit. If he comes up against a hard point, he's going to barrage it. And unfortunately, that's actually good for his opponent. That's actually going to work out pretty well, because his opponent has no indirect of his own and has gone double MG.
Yeah, it's also
quite a mistake.
I think this particular map, this build is even more risky. See the artillery beacon come in, but it's just able to advance through it. This map is so wide, I feel like it favors the allies and their ability to spread things out.
Mm-hmm.
And so trying to strong point in the center, you're playing into the Wehrmacht's kind of playstyle. Oh, wow, another mine. His engineers have been busy. I will say that is the biggest advantage of going early engineer, is you can start to put mines everywhere and force these pioneers. They have a Flammenwerfer. And so you don't have to worry about them getting swept. Oh no. Stummel picks up the Jeep as well.
Yeah, it's looking like Liberator's not sure what's going on, what his opponent is doing right now. A couple of his units were idled. And I think Liberator probably thinks he's won at this point, because he's got his opponent cut off.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't really feel much pressure. He's got two very safe MGs on the one side of the map. I think that's a bit of a limitation there we're seeing, where if really you want to be a bit more active with your MGs, you know your opponent knows they're there at this point before you run into them twice, and they have a mortar.
Wow.
So you can get a lot of pressure just by moving that MG out of the building and moving it to the fuel.
Yeah, Stummel just hits a mine. Chaffee on the field. This Stummel is about to go down. That was an extremely quick Chaffee. And it's
a good call, I suppose, because you know you do want to be able to get the pressure on, and that is one of the most oppressive units for his opponent to have. Just being able to knock that out quickly is nice.
Yeah. Oh, Liberator does have a lot of fuel in the bank. Also, I see we're going to get a med bunker going down the center here, which I really like.
So yeah, Liberator going from a position where I think he probably thought he'd won the game to now feeling a bit vulnerable, because he has no mobile. He's going to have to chase this Chaffee around with an AT gun. The ranges are a bit uncontested. There's only one P-Grand. There's two P-Grands, but they're going to get melted up close.
Yeah.
He's missing the bundle grenades.
Yeah. That's tough, right? Because you're with the Rangers and their close range performance, their movements are not as predictable as some of the other infantry squads, right? Where you know they're going to run into heavy cover because they can just get within 10 range, right? And so, yeah, so Jubin's saying, why don't they just nade the riflemen to kind of get them out of cover? That certainly probably would have been a more predictable option. The other thing is, you have to try to kind of guess what your opponent's going to do when you throw the grenade. The Rangers are already advancing, so they're probably going to continue to advance towards you. So maybe throwing it kind of at your own feet as they advance into contact would be a little bit better than trying to catch them in route. Oh, building knocked out by the mortar. Interesting.
That's probably a good choice.
Yeah, with those two MGs there. And then I do want to just reemphasize one more time your point about the two MGs that were kind of posted up on that VP. It's a mistake that I make constantly where I'm like, well, I've got the MGs zoning this out, so I'm good. You want your units to be active. You have to get value out of them, or your opponent will come up with a counter and you'll lose them. And so keeping your MGs moving around, applying pressure, making it so that the mortar doesn't know where to hit is going to always be more powerful. Yeah, these Panzer Grenadiers getting really close. There's the bundle. It's also just going to whiff. He forces the retreat, but only bleeding one model at the end of the day. Not going to help him as much as he'd like.
Just on that, you see the P-Gren retreat there?
Yep.
And it retreats after it gets hit by the nade.
Yep.
He's got a Gren right there that he could have used to merge and heal.
Mm-hmm.
So he's losing pressure on the field. He's losing manpower because he's not going to be able to merge it. Yeah, it's a bit weak there because you could have had all three of those units still on the field.
Mm-hmm.
You could have had two P-Grens running into the middle right now, and could have been capping the Gren. And instead, we're just kind of tied down on our fuel. So just a little like small decision errors there, just like mean that you lose a lot of pressure at particular timings.
Yeah, MG and Gren luckily dodged a mine here in the middle, just barely. Yeah, it's funny though. It's the little things like that you think like, how much of an advantage can that offer? But especially when you're primarily using infantry to move around the map and cap, that time that you save by merging and keeping units in the field versus retreating, healing, coming back out, I mean, is a massive boon.
Yeah. The only way he's going to be able to bully these ranges is if he has two fairly healthy P-Grens that are running around and fighting as one. And so he should probably be investing into the officer training for those P-Grens.
Absolutely. I do love seeing another Pioneer out with the Minesweeper, right? And he's starting to pick up some of the mines that Chess has been laying down. I mean, those little manpower losses from hitting mines add up over time. Rangers catch P-Grens on an awkward retreat path and low health. Wow, they actually drop way more models than I expected them to.
Yeah, Rangers are no joke up close. And this is the second P-Gren that he's kind of overextended with. There was one on the cutoff in mid, which also got shoot up by Rangers as well. That's a lot of manpower to lose.
Yeah. The big thing from a conceptual level that I think you really got to focus on in ones is you throw your utility, your capping units on the flanks, and you keep your combat power closer to the center. So the P-Gren... Oh, I know. That's just...
A wipe here. Yeah, it's gone.
No, they're going to get away. Look at that. But yeah, so the P-Gren's advancing all the way to the flank here just puts them on an awkward retreat path. Again, using...
Oh no, it's a Stug.
It's a Stug against the Chaffee AT gun. This will be an interesting showdown.
Yeah, this is a bit of a panic where he feels like he's losing a bit of tempo and he feels like he just needs a vehicle to try and like bail him out a bit. But he's mechanized, and you know he has access to the left tree call-ins.
Mm-hmm.
So he could have had a Stuggy with a Stummel. Instead, he spent a lot on this unit that's already very heavily counted on the field.
Yeah, and he's
going to give him nothing.
He's going Vespa instead. Yeah, I would have loved to see the Stug D with the Stoss Troop and call in. Being able to
I feel like
go ahead.
we've seen 2 games now where the Wesper, just being a very strong unit, has kind of, I feel like, debated the web player into going for it, even when it's not like the optimal thing to go for.
Yeah.
It's like it's such a strong thing that you think, I get Wesper, I win the game.
Yeah.
And I can get where that comes from, but
Now, there are 2 AT guns on the field and a mortar, so the Vespa will have work to do. And Chess has gone for another rifle squad. We'll see if he upgrades them and Rangers. Oh, the bundle in this building. Huge hit onto the rifles. The Panzer Grenadiers should be able to pick this up. 3 fairly healthy models, but they don't pursue. And so that rifle squad's going to get
Oh,
him.
he dropped the... Oh, no. I'm overreacting here, but that's a real shame.
And the reason it matters is, you know, at 1300 elo, not a huge deal. When you come up against some of the really, really good players, they make mistakes so rarely that if you don't punish when they do, you'll never be able to win. And it's something that I struggle with.
That, and there's also like it matters even more here because that would be half of the the combat power of Chess. You just built like a second rifle, but you're taking out a huge amount of your opponent's combat infantry, or proportion of it, just by taking that rifle out.
Yeah, and then the potential for them to convert into Rangers later as well.
Don't worry about your elo. Honestly, elo fundamentally doesn't matter until you get to a certain point. Like, just focus on like making small optimizations. There are so many things about your build and the way you're playing that make it clear that you've like watched and played a lot of the game. But there are just a couple of, and this is a weird game, unironically. I think I would be having a bit of a strange time if I was playing against this build because it's like, what is going on?
Yeah, it's nothing that you expect. Yeah.
Yeah. You're obviously getting a bit thrown off, but I think that's where it's really important to just lock in a little bit and where some of their habits, like the core habits of playing were, like making sure you're merging consistently, you know, making sure you're building like pressure units like at the right time, are most important. Right, here's the
NPC assault.
This bloody Wesper.
Yeah, the Vespa's here though. If you can pin this NPC assault down, your Vespa can.
Yeah, if you can like throw 3 units at it, you can stop them.
And you can just vet up like crazy. Yeah, exactly. But it can, on a map like this, it can apply so much pressure for free. Again, you're basically paying munitions to just shove your opponent back. There's a couple of hits from the Vespa.
I'm just not to dog on it much longer, but like imagine if you're Stuggy, yeah.
Yeah.
It just feasts. And you have a sauce trooping as well that's just getting free vet too.
And the Stoss, I think, are a much better counter to the Rangers because they like to fight at range. So if you micro them correctly and you sit back in cover and let the Rangers try to charge you, you're gonna burn down models before they arrive.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
that,
especially at that too with the you know, do more damage button.
yeah. Do more damage button. V for victory.
It's like win fight button, yes.
Yeah. And the P-Grens have this too, but they do not, with the veterancy changes, they do not scale as well against the Rangers, partially because they like to fight in the same range ring, but the Rangers from the get-go do better.
This Stug is really sad.
It's...
I really like the Stug. I think there's a lot of times when the Stug is really strong. I think it's particularly good this patch, but oh dear.
But
like,
this is why it can be so frustrating to not be the Brits. Because the Brits are like, oh, I built the wrong vehicle. Let me trade it in and get it back for exactly what I paid.
Exactly.
You build a Stug G and you're like, oh, he's playing team weapons with just a single chaffee. This is a mistake. And now you've got this very narrowly scoped vehicle that's just hanging out, tossing you pop. Yeah.
What I can imagine was that he has some PTSD of getting run over by like a traffic blob. And it's just like, that can't happen. I have to not let that happen.
Yeah.
And I can totally understand that because that's happened to me a bunch of times. But yeah, it turns out that's unlikely He has double AT gun.
Oh, the Vespa onto the base sector. Good, some good hits here. And now, Chess is going BARs for his rifles. I don't know how I feel about that. And in fact, I know how I feel about that. I am not a fan of that with the Ranger build. I think you're better off going advanced logistics, which is obviously a little more fuel. The Stug.
Okay, he's gonna get it.
The Stug got the Chaffee, and it's got enough frontal armor. It's snared.
Get the nade off.
Yeah, it's just gonna laugh at this 57 mil, and now the bulldozer out. So maybe the Stug, maybe the Stug will be really useful.
Did the string pay for itself? Question. I don't know.
Not yet.
I don't think so.
Not yet.
I think basically the traffic already got value, so it needs to do a little bit more. It's going to help with this bulldozer.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's no second pack, so it's kind of necessary now. But yeah, just looking at liberated resources right now, lots of manpower, not a lot of fuel. So
Yeah,
there definitely should be a people by now. or a broom.
Nat says this Stug is blessed by Dane himself. 5 bounces. Yeah, with the changes to this Stug, the frontal armor is extremely thick.
No joke, yeah. Yeah, it's honestly, if you're up against Stugs, especially the Stug, he is a bit of a menace right now.
Mm-hmm.
The going for the marked vehicle on the captain is a good call.
Mm-hmm. Now, Liberator, what I will say is you've got your Grens kind of clumped up together, and it almost feels to me like you've got them in the same control group. It's just a suspicion. I can't always tell, but Ares got me to get away from control grouping my main lines. These Rangers. Big bundle hit. All right, they're force push off. What I would recommend is get your Grenadiers out of a control group, and at this stage in the game, spread them out and have them do your capping on the flanks with your P-Grens supporting your big team weapons in the middle.
So that's kind of like
Go
the
ahead.
only addition I'd add to that is you have to. He's got so little map pressure. He does need to win fights before he can cap. So he kind of does. He's kind of forced into this position where he's carrying to blob to win fights up against strong units that are dug in, and it's kind of so the issue happened like a while back where he lost all the map control and didn't contest in multiple zones at once. So your blobbing is causing you to have to blob further, if you get what I mean.
Yes.
You blob, and then you lose half the map for free, then you have to go and blob over there, and then you lose the other map, just half the map you just took back. It's just this constant cycle of...
It's just the kind of, there's a little bit of inefficiency here, right? Like 2 units on this fuel, 2 units on this VP. This MG is way kind of overextended here. And it's a Vet 2 MG, you really don't want to lose it. Oh, the Vespa, direct skin-to-skin hit onto this bulldozer. Yeah, Otto, can you lean into the mic a little bit more? I don't know I can turn you up anymore on Discord. And this would be a great opportunity here for the double snare. Floating a bunch of munitions. You've got a Stug and a Pack 40 available, so if you get the double snare off, 1, 2, boom, engine crit. Nice, very nice. Now, unfortunately, it looks like he's going to get out, be able to rotate around the sight blocker. And the Stug takes a big hit, I think from being near a mine? So no crit, but the Stug's going to be able to back out. Yeah, now another squad of Rangers with the BARs. That's a lot of pressure onto these team weapons. Oh, these 2 squads of Rangers are going to absolutely melt. Oh, big hit from the Vespa. Maybe, nope. The P-Grens, I think I would have rather seen the P-Grens kind of chase, try to finish off that squad and then retreat. Nice bundle. So big pickups there. Good trades for Liberator. But Chess is just... Man, he's really crushing the map control piece of this. Especially from this kind of strong point here in the center. You got the Hellcat and a couple of AT guns. It's like he's waiting for this Panther to hit the field. Or Brumbear. Here we go. Stug D with Stosstrooping.
Oh, nice. Okay, we decided to go for it now.
Yeah. This is one of those, I think the biggest power spike is if you prioritize the left side of the tree and get there as fast as possible. It can hit really, really hard, especially in conjunction with the Stummel.
Yeah, and especially if you think about the fact that you can get it, and then you can get opposite orders to get it that one pretty quickly as well. So, just a bit of a, just a bit of a blunder, I think, on this one, and it means that you're just having to play, play perfectly in order to deal with the pressure that your opponent's got at the same time. But your opponent made a lot of tempo mistakes by going double AT gun, not building enough infantry, getting them too early. But then you build a stroke and an AT gun and kind of just sat there instead of building this Stucky.
The Panzer Grenadiers grabbing the AT gun. That's a really expensive steal and then loss. I actually really like using the Grenadiers to grab it and then immediately merge, and so it's at full health and you don't have to worry about trying to drag it back.
Yeah. Where are our Greds right now?
Off the field, yeah.
One of them's off capping.
And then Jubin, actually the bundle grenade does not have a model damage cap. So you just had a couple of Rangers outside the AoE, the near AoE of that grenade, which is why they survived. Oh, the Zook spam coming in. Stosstrooping forced off for the Stug D. This little NPC blob here. And you do got to be careful. The Stoss will do a fair amount of damage, but they're also, if this building goes down, you lose your Stoss, that'll feel real bad. And Chess gonna lay another mine on this VP mid-combat. I do like using the NPC assault to kind of shove its way in here while the rest of your units are recouping at headquarters. Oh, that is unfortunate. Mine set off by the Vespa. Ooh, that blob taking some big hits. Bulldozer back up to full health is going to kind of shove its way through the center, it looks like. These artillery beacons, I feel like they're annoying. I don't know that they're really changing the engagements in the center.
I think we just got officer quarters, by the way.
We just...
I think we just teched it. Because I can see the... Oh no, I don't know about the Stummel. The Stuck should have it if he picked it. But we're an entirely... The point as I'm making is, we're an entirely tier 2 based army. And that is our best upgrade. Like if we're playing StarCraft or something, that is like our key, you know, this is like our +1 or +2 that you're waiting for to like really get some pressure on. And we're just not pressing that button. We're saving it for something else.
Oh man. And I just heard the notification, the VP pressure. Panzer Grenadiers, oh nice bundle. Rangers vaporized. And that's going to allow the Panzer Grenadiers to hop on this VP.
Nice bundle, yeah.
Oh man, those triple vet Grenadiers. No manpower cheats on this one. Still on the VP drain for Liberator here. Oh, Stug G knocked out by the AT guns. Okay, 2 VPs capped, so Liberator's bought himself a little bit of additional life here, down to 7 total VPs remaining. Pack 40 shoves away the Bulldozer. Stosstrooping hit a mine on the South VP. Yeah, and now everything's kind of back in headquarters, repairing, healing up. There's so little VP health left that you really can't afford to lose to at any point. I think it's 21 seconds on a 2-to-1 cap, which is not very forgiving. Oh, the Stug with the attack round on the mortar. That is a little nice bit of micro there. Forces the mortar to retreat, knocks out a model.
That's good.
Yeah, the P-Grens here, you just send a Grenadier out, merge with them, heal them, they'll be good to go. Snare coming in on the Stug D. Pioneer squad knocked out. And now this Stug D needs some serious help. Hellcat's going to swing around it and get one more shot onto the side armor. That'll do for the Stug. Triple vet Rangers versus single vet Stas trooping. Now another squad of Stas on the field for Liberator. Nice red phosphorus grenade. And actually, because of it, neither squad can see. Oh, I like the assault grenadier. Okay, there we go. Nice little assault grenade package. But now Rangers at close range. Stas trooping forced to fall away. Oh man, these two MGs clumped up here in the center. This is really dangerous with the bulldozer close. And you can tell Chester's trying to close this out. He's got the NPC assault on the way up. Panzer Grenadiers without support. Bulldozer kind of trying to drive home, and now, oh, that's the Vespa. I thought it was a martyr for some reason. Pack 40 cleared. And looks like Jess is going to take the center. Liberator pushing the Rangers on the opposite side. Oh no, Vespa knocked out as well by the AT gun. Grenadiers just melted by the Rangers, but Stas come in just in time. Grenade forces the retreat. But I think this still might be it. The NPC blob's going to grab this North VP. Although rifles in the center have been pinned. And so a little bit of additional life left for Liberator. Yeah, looking at the tech, we actually haven't seen anything from the infantry support center for chess. And we also haven't seen anything past the tier 1 officers quarters. So again, similar with the previous 1v1, those global upgrades, so valuable. They are worth the fuel investment even early on in the game, especially tier 3.
Wait, so we went for tier 1. We went for tier 0 officer quarters. Or tier 1 officer quarters.
Yep.
In this build. Okay. I guess the idea was like, we didn't want to get vetted MGs. I mean, they are both vet 3. They've managed to survive the mortar rounds, partly with their help, but I feel like it's going to be way more efficient. For earlier healing, I see what you mean, but honestly, it's actually a really, if you only got 2 grunts, that's a really expensive way to get healing. Like, you can, it's pretty equivalent to go for the base heals, and to get tier 2, or tier 3 officer quarters instead. Like, it's 45 fuel or something for the tier 1, or for the tier 0.
Yeah.
And if you're not playing around a heavy tier 0 strategy, I really don't know if it's worth it, man. Because you're gonna have to rely on those grants for healing. And then you're also not getting your power spike. Like, if you weren't you played around Stummel and you're playing around P grants. So I feel like you really want to go for OQ.
Yeah, I think you had invested just enough in tier 1 that I think it's worth it, but your build is very tier 3 heavy, and so if I had to choose one, I would say the tier 3 officers quarters would have been better value for you. The pack 40s, the P-Grens, the Stummel.
You're not, because of the build, but you're not spending loads of media on lots of different things. Like, you did go for a flamer this game, which was a bit of a random choice. You went for you went for Stummel, but you can easily find that muni to build a bunker. So I feel like it just delays you a little bit too much.
Yeah. Snare comes in on the Hellcat. There's just no ability to follow up there, which is that's not problematic, but when you're relatively low on munitions, you need to save them for things like the bundle grenades. Oh.
Yeah, Liberate, I do that all the time, man. It's so painful when you go for the wrong upgrade and it's slightly too expensive and it limits you. It happens all, and it's one of the reasons why I think people are held back from playing Luftwaffe, because you have to be so disciplined about what upgrades you go for.
I think Stas will hold up just fine here. Oh, pack 40 doing work to the bulldozer. Bulldozer's still within the arc. The pack 40 gets off one more shot and bulldozer knocked out. That's a huge pickup for Liberator.
Yeah, he's done so well to hang in.
Yeah.
I genuinely feel like he's stepped up quite a bit. Just like when he was like, "Oh crap, I think I'm gonna lose."
Yeah.
He finally hit tier 4, and it's like, okay, I've got some good units. I can start rolling around, but he must be saving for this Panther. He's been desperate for the manpower for so long.
Yeah.
And this is where having a little bit of extra manpower support from the bunker instead of the officer quarters would have been a big boon.
And then ironically, Chess has leaned really into infantry and rifles, probably for the capping power. But I like this. So the Stas are going to hop on this VP. And so even though it looks like Chess is going to grab the South VP, the North is going to go back into Liberator's hands. So again, just another short lease on life here. The other thing I would highlight, Liberator, is just... So the Panther production... You've got 14 spare VP command points.
Yes.
I would go for the call-in if you have it. And the reason is, every now and then you see someone do a base dive and knock out a tier 4. Or right now, your Panther's been building for 30 seconds. Neither one of those is a problem when you go for the call-in variant. So, as opposed to like the Easy 8, where the production is straight up cheaper, that doesn't apply to the Panther. It's the same cost, but you get it instantaneously and there's no risk of it being taken away. Yeah, you did. You've had it available for a while. But it's one of those things, like if you have the time or you have the CPs. Oh no, these Stas trooping. Fortunately, MG42 comes in and saves the day with some suppression. Holy cow. Oh, but the NPC blob on the center. Oh no. Panther's here, but the Panther is not the counter to these rifles. Oh, and now the potential cap here. I think this is going to be it. It's gonna drain out here, and he just got the Panther chasing down the Hellcat. Well, Hellcat dies in a moral victory for Liberator. But yeah, let's throw up the GG there. So
I honestly respect sending this in quite a lot because it's a really good game to analyze.
Yes.
Like so many good things to learn from here. I really encourage anyone else who's watching do exactly this. Like this was a very tilting game, I imagine, because if he's looking at his opponent, he's thinking I should be able to beat that guy.
Mm-hmm.
But his opponent, like, he doesn't play an optimal strategy necessarily overall, but he plays like what he's trying to do fairly well. I don't think it's like we look at low elo games occasionally and we're like, you know, it's kind of too many things to pick up on here. But you know, there's like 3 core things I'd imagine for this, and I think we've already mentioned all of them.
Oh.
There's a lot of potential improvement to make very quickly.
Yeah, so and actually, yeah, let's crowdsource this a little bit. So we've got Ultras here says, if you find yourself that far behind in VPs, try to hold down 2 VPs with more units. This was a very even game, which is I'm sure why it was frustrating, right?
Yeah. Again, like the number one thing is, I don't think you knew what your win condition was. That's the number one thing. Like you are with where you have, and then generally with this game, it's way more power spiky than in CoH2. CoH2, you can tell because in CoH2, like you can just play with like a few conscripts and an AT gun and a T70, and then you're like that's your composition for like 20 minutes. Whereas in this game, your composition at 5 minutes versus your composition at 8 versus your composition at 12, like all of those really matter because if you take some map, the drain in this game is way faster. You'll get way more resources. Your opponent will burn a lot of VPs. So I think you just want to make sure that you've got some sense of like at this timing, I'm going to have this composition, and I'm going to like go and like mess up my opponent. And it felt like instead what you were playing was just like, I'm going to just have a balanced comp all the way throughout, and then hopefully I'll win. I think you just got to be a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, in your defense, it was a really weird build from Chess, right? So if you look at he eventually, and it doesn't look crazy. It doesn't look crazy in the post-match stats because he had 5 rifle squads overall. But his early game build was just 2 maneuver units and a mortar team. And so I can see you looking at that and being like, what is this guy doing? Right? The normal answer, the Stummel to kind of handle the rifle spam or the ranger spam, kind of feels ineffective because it spends most of his time driving around the map. And then when you add on to the fact that he rushes a Chaffee, which again is super weird, like I don't see a lot of players in using USF right now use the motor pool and get a Chaffee or get a Greyhound. You see people leading into the half tracks. So kind of a wild approach from your opponent that I think threw you for a loop a little bit. Yeah, confused enemy enough to win. He really did. He did like a one of everything build. Is really pretty interesting.
I think basically the opponent got away with that from building several like dead units because Liberator also builds a number of like nice to have units that aren't really essential before he gets his core online. So we end up with the Kettenkrad, which I would hold off on using. I really don't think it's gonna like practice it for sure. It doesn't. If you don't really care about your elo, totally fine. I think god tier Kettenkrad gamers probably exist, but it's just you're playing on hard mode. Like you're half a unit down. It caps okay, but manpower matters more for you in the early to mid game than getting a bit of extra fuel, getting a bit of extra muni. So it's risky, and it can just go pop to a mine. Your officer quarters was a luxury purchase at the time you got it because you got it with 2 MGs and 2 grants. When you still don't really have like you really want to be working towards your dangerous mid game of double P-Gren and Stummel with officer quarters. Your flamer pick was an unfortunate misclick because you hit a mine straight after because you're like, damn, I need a minesweeper now. So you build another pioneer, which is like it's like all this like compounding stuff, which like all of these things are not expensive in themselves, but when you add them all up, the Kettenkrad, the extra pioneer, the officer quarters, that's like 300 manpower and like 50 fuel and like 45 fuel, and that's all units that you just like are not killing infantry of your opponent. Yeah. And then you do a strug as well. It's just so all these things are just they're all putting you behind slowly, and like as much as you're trying to like get an advantage, it's making it more challenging for you.
Yeah, I think the other thing, and you used the term, he got like debated into building the Vespa.
Oh, the Vespa, yeah.
Yeah, I think part of the problem is you lean too hard into the mechanized battle group. Some of the battle groups really benefit from like bleeding edge, heavy battle group play. But I think there's something to be said for playing the faction as if it's vanilla and picking and choosing battle group abilities or call-ins when they give you the specific solution to the problem that you have. And so I think, teching the Vespa early, getting it out, it did have some good hits, but it was mainly there to delete the NPC blob, which I think the Vespa's utility against USF as a whole is a lot lower than against Brits or in team games, just because there aren't the same number of static targets, and units tend to be more mobile in 1v1s, especially for USF. The Stug G, like we talked to, I mean, we beat that dead horse, but the fact that there's not a Brumbear in your build list here, there's not a P4, man, you talk about like the P4 is a nice all-rounder. And if you'd gotten a P4 out when your Stug G hit, that's a big deal, right? The P4 will still mess up infantry like crazy, supported by Panzer Grenadier, supported by an AT gun. That like anti-everything weapon, it's not the ideal counter, but it's a soft counter to everything. And I've seen guys run Vare and hey, I'm not sure what I'm going to face here, so let me get a P4, then I get a second one. Oh, he's building Hellcats, let me get a Panther. Or and it gives you a little bit more flexibility in the middle, which honestly I think you just need the flexibility more than anything else. The your choices at the end were good. You dug yourself. Yeah, P4 with skirts and the vet 1 ability does really well. You just dug yourself a little bit of a hole with VPs. I think if that game goes 10 minutes longer, you probably win. Right? Like if the VPs are even when the announcer says, "Hey, we have 25 VPs left," and even I finally noticed, I think you can turn that game around.
Yeah, I think the real goal overall, you can play the match, like you can think about how to play the match as it played out, but I think at this level you're wanting to try to get to the point where you just take control of the game and dominate it, right? So instead of like, how do you get to the point where you are actually blending your opponent, right? Because if your opponent just goes 3 rifles against your build or 4 rifles with the mortar, I worry that the way that you played that early you would have been in even more trouble, right? So I think the number one thing for me is, sadly, in 1v1 compared to team games, builds are a lot less elegant and they're simpler and more brutal, right? Just how are you going to get your strongest units on the field and get them just shredding your opponent? Because right now I'm seeing a couple of things. Like I think you want to build more different types of units because it's more aesthetic. That's definitely been one of my issues. And you're wanting to like push the limit of all of your units, so you're extending every unit to try and cap, even if it's very expensive, like a Peakren or a Storm or a Sauce-Treatment, and just doing less of that, capping with the cheaper units, blobbing your powerful units, and just punching your opponent. It's going to work better.
Let's see. Sorry, I'll pop this over. And I don't know what's going on with my camera here, but I can't fix it without shutting off the stream, so you guys just don't get to look at me. 2MG is a bit rough on the map early as well. Super open. Yeah, that map play is extremely wide. The second Pioneer, even the Grens to kind of cap on the flanks, super useful.
Double MG used to be completely OP on that map in CoH3, but the difference is when you have in CoH3 you could have a blob of LMG grants and your double MG, right? So you had like mobile, dangerous mainlands, and you don't have that. As where like, you just have the MGs and grants that get rolled over. Overreacting to Rangers MGs, I think that's probably fair. You did build the right units. Unfortunately, I generally think it was just like a couple of early errors that compound and mean that your timings are off. If you don't get your officer quarters early enough, your infantry just doesn't scale and can't compete. That's really important.
Yeah, I have
it's even more important than infantry training for USF, in my opinion.
I have a question though. How much do you use the TAC map in your play?
I'm not a massive TAC map unit user. I'll use it in the mid game when I'm starting to feel like I've got too many units for me to keep track of. I don't think that's optimal. I think some people are. If you're going to learn to attack map, you have to like be disciplined about it and just do it, like practice. You army guys, you and Floofy have to like put yourself through that. I think a lot of people have played this game for a long time and they're just comfortable doing what they do, so it's kind of tricky to change.
Yeah. Rangers are manpower sink. Yeah, a Zillagath. I think that is absolutely true. The mines hit them really hard. Yeah, that's why it's super weird. And this is because again your opponent used a really weird build. I'm used to seeing, if I see Rangers that early, I assume there's advanced logistics and there's not a motor pool on the field, and the guy's going to use Rangers to flex into tier 4. And so then the fact that he had a Chaffee out to counter your Stummel was a little bit mind-blowing. And so I can see that kind of being just enough of a kind of like a weird thing to really get in your head and trigger the Stug 3. Yeah.
Early Minesweeper too, and an unvet and a Jeep that was just randomly there.
Yeah.
Like driving around. Not I think generally in general, absolutely sensible call.
Yeah. What is the old saying? It's never argue with an idiot. They drag you down to their level and then beat you with experience, right? Like, and I say that just kind of as a joke, like, because obviously the other guy played a good game. Chess played a good game, But the point is that either he knew what he was doing or had enough of the initiative to kind of keep you off your game for most of the match.
A bad plan is better than no plan. That was it. Like that, your opponent's strategy was not very strong, but it was coherent. Like it covered it. Like it was covering its own weaknesses to a certain extent. And I think on the other side, I think you were just hoping to just outplay your opponent.
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna set up here. Quick. This 2v2. Take about a 30-second break to use the restroom, and then we'll come back and hit this one up. So this one should be fun. This is a 2v2 on Torrente, which these can get real vicious real fast. Oh, and I hope I have the right flag for this. No, he is not from Slovakia. He's from Croatia. Oh, all right. All right. I'm gonna. Yep. I'll close this down. I'll be back with this in about like 30 seconds. Yeah, self-employment sounds really, really nice at times. Except then you still have to work. Okay. I think I've got this set up. I'm just going to adjust, make sure we get the right flag for Krotesh here. Boom, got it set up. Otto, are you here as well? Okay. Let's see. All right, we got the right people in here. I'm just going to get this one moving. Well, Otto will come back in. I know a couple other people have said they'll join. So we gotta. Yeah, you only get paid when you're actually productive. Yes, that is a downside. Okay, this is a 2v2 on Torrente. I actually don't know the elos of these players. I think my guess would be 1300 range. And so we will see. All right. So here, as the allies on the west side of the map at the top of the screen, we've got Cry Wolf playing Americans, Protesh playing the Brits, And then opposite them are double DAC. So we're going to see Decapsi here in red go Bersaglieri, Crowd-Schützen right out the start. And Felon has not made a battle group choice yet. We're going to see another Pioneer and a 250. I like this, and I think this gives you flexibility to go into a Guasatori heavy build with the Pioneers, right? The flamethrowers on this map, especially on this southern side with all these buildings. Super powerful. Meanwhile, both the allied players have chosen, so we're going to see commandos, special operations from Crywolf. He's already got his Weasel out, helping to back cap. And then we have, for Krotesh, we're going to see Indian artillery. And the Axis players really focusing on this center plus 10 fuel. This is 100% the focus for this map in 2v2s. A lot of times people will prioritize this church as a way to hold on to this plus 10 fuel. But yeah, 100% owning that plus 10 fuel will drive your team's ability to tech. And if the other team holds it for too long, you'll find yourself in a hole here on this map. Bersaglieri really help with their ability to kind of sprint around the map, but because this map is really narrow, I'm interested. Yeah, 2 Bersaglieri squads, that is a lot of early investment in mobility that is not necessarily as valuable in this particular map. These scouts, Panzer Pioneers don't focus them. Instead, they hop in the building. So it looks like the scouts are going to get away. Pioneers going to hop into the 250 here. 1919. So this is kind of the standard special operations build that we're seeing from Crywolf, right? Get the Weasel out, get weapon support center, get a couple of machine guns out. With the DAC, you do also typically go bazooka to deal with some of the light vehicles. The Axis team at the start, very focused on the north side of the map here, where the extra VP is. Smart. The Allies kind of spreading out, and this is the risk. Especially if you're not in a ranged team, if your teammate is kind of staying in their lane and you're getting doubled, you can get run over fairly quickly. Fortunately, it looks like the DAC players, now that they've grabbed that fuel, are going to split up a little bit, and so we'll see 2 more of these side-by-side lanes. Holy, I just realized, and Felon is building his 5th Panzer Pioneer. Oh, are we going to see a GB39 blob? That'd be my guess. I've seen it a couple times, and it really can work because of the way it clears team weapons as well as infantry, and can slightly counter light vehicles. The Weasel, tangling with the Bersaglieri and the Crowd-Schützen, gets Vet 1, which the Weasel gets a lot more utility at Vet 1. Yeah, I would not be surprised with the stealth blob either, especially again with those GB39s. But the Brit infantry are hardy, and especially if Krotesh gets the infantry training, they won't bleed as much as I think Felon is hoping they will. I like this swap into the 250 to prevent them from bleeding. Instead, he's just going to retreat them. Wow, the flamethrower is doing some work. Well, so Krotesh done a really good job kind of shoving Felon all the way back. And then Crywolf doesn't quite have control of the VP here, but he's trying to build up some combat power. A 3rd Bersaglieri for Decapsi. And I would guess that this is going to work against him in the long run. You can't really take advantage of their mobility on this map. So fire support elements from Decapsi. Yep, and we are going to see potentially the stealth blob here. Espionage battle group. Oh, the boys AT rifle shows up and immediately knocks out the 250. That's a big pickup, as is the Crowd-Schützen getting knocked out by the bazooka squad. The main reason that's a huge pickup is with the espionage battle group. Now he has to get another 250 out, probably from the half-track deployment. Oh, but the Weasel gets knocked out by the Bersaglieri. So ultralights, not long for this world in this match so far. I feel like also Krotesh, him pushing very hard onto this VP here I think it's something that sounds good, but he needs to converge on this plus 10 fuel to try to help out his teammate here, who is now, with an MG34 in this building, is getting bullied off of this VP. Yeah, the train station looks cool, but I don't think it has the same utility as getting MG in the church. Engineers with flamethrower. Ironically, the MG destroying that cover means that the flamethrower burst has a lot less damage to the burstily there. And now we're going to see the half track from the US player. So pretty standard. I'll be interested to see what upgrade he goes. Relying very heavily on the weapon support center. And so in contrast to some of the earlier USF builds we've seen today, this one very heavy on support weapons and then likely commandos in the future. And then also half tracks. Yeah, these burstily just so low health. The scouts and the captain, are they going to get the pickup here? Oh, but the machine gun reloads at the wrong time. So that burstily squad will get away. That's the pickup you really want. Oh no. The boys' AT rifles burst in the flamethrower, and then infantry section just cooked in that building. Flamethrowers do so much damage to units in buildings. It's kind of insane, and it's a damage all. Okay, so now Funkwagen has hit the field. And we are going to see the stealth blob here from Infelon. Ooh, big mind strike. Rifle section with boys AT. They find this Funkwagen. Couple hits come in. And now Panzer Pioneers begin their counterattack. And on this side, 75mm gun motor carriage is allowing Crywolf to start to push back the Burstilieri force on the right. The problem, though, remains this plus 10 fuel. Good use of the barrage to counter this AT gun. So the AT gun's going to get forced back. Actually, it's going to move up to avoid the barrage. And now, for Protesh, we're seeing the Indian 120mm mortar. Oh no! The pack gets a follow-up shot onto the 75mm, knocks out the half track.
That is absolutely gruesome.
Yeah, the bazookas though get a max range shot onto the 250. Vehicles in this match have not survived very long. Pretty much everything's gotten annihilated right off the rip. So nice use of the Vickers in this building. Smoke grenade coming in from the GB39. It's an overlooked ability because the GB39 shows up so late with some of the tech requirements. Oh, the Panzer Pioneers with the flamethrower. Yeah, MG34 is going to be able to get back in that building. The GB39 does give you the option to smoke for Panzer Pioneers. But with only plus 16 munitions, I think they're going to be heavily reliant on the ambush bonus. And actually, Crywolf has the Decapsy here kind of shoved in the corner, but as soon as he goes for that center fuel point, he's kind of pushed back. Allies, if he pushes up and caps his VP, the Allies could get a triple cap here. Actually, really impressed with how Protesh has managed this side. I just think he really needs to slide over and help with this fuel, which it looks like he might be doing here shortly. SSF commandos hit the field. And another...
This map is often a test of just how well Relic intended to make munitions as important, or comparably important as fuel. Because there's a lot of fuel on the side of the map that doesn't have fuel. Oh, a lot of munitions on the side of the map that doesn't have fuel on it, you know, down that left side.
Mm-hmm.
And there are some very powerful mid-game muni-based abilities that that the Allies can start deploying. They've got Indian artillery, they've got the Spec Ops anti-infantry loiter, which could completely shred this blob of Panzer Pioneers. So hoping to see that come out soon.
Yeah, and so
it looks like Crywolf went down the right tree, which feels like a mistake.
Did he already go with the assault operation? No, he just went commandos. But yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, it's fine.
Wow, this Panzer Pioneer blob, very high DPS. Especially once they get the grenade launchers stacked up. And so, Krotesh, the allies have retaken this plus 10 fuel in the middle. Oh.
This is so disgusting.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. The infantry section forced off. Now the commandos are here, but this Pioneer blob, the commandos did knock out a Bristolieri squad, and he's immediately going to call another one on the field. I think that is that's a mistake from Decapsi. I don't think the Bristolieri are the answer here. Especially not against commandos. Oh. Yeah. And this is where, so Krotesh, he's set up, he's got the other VP, but this is one of those situations where you can't allow your teammate to just get 2v1 constantly. And now we are seeing an LEIG out as well, so these 1919 is not going to hold up super long.
Like peak 2v2 experience right now. Yeah, but your opponent completely shoved off the map. He's building a disgusting blob with a bunch of indirect to come and ruin your day.
Yeah, and he's got tier 4, he's got a walking Stuka coming. This could get very ugly very, very quickly. And especially the upside, though, to your point, is that the allies have done a decent job controlling munitions. And so that's why we're not seeing even more of these GB39s. Oh, these sappers. There's no way they get out of this, right? As long as the Panzer Pioneers decide to shoot. But they don't. For whatever reason, they just let the sappers get away.
A merciful act.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was intentional.
Oh my goodness. Get used to the flares from the scouts. And now we're going to see Stuarts and Gurkhas out from Krotesh. I'm very wary of the Gurkhas against this Panzer Pioneer blob. I feel like they're not gonna trade efficiently. Crywolf, good use of the 75's barrage ability. Hey Max.
This is brave, but also potentially foolish because he's putting Thompsons on the cones, so he's going to try and ambush them.
I've seen it work on this map. Oh no, the walking Stuka sappers just smashed. First barrage.
Ow. Thompson Gurkha idea is you're trying to get within minimum range of the grenade launcher. But yeah, that's not likely when there's a blob of 5 of them.
Yeah. Yeah, you're just not going to be able to out DPS them. And it's turning into an arty fest on the opposite side too, with this LEIG. Infelon, or not, wait, Infelon has one, and Decapsi has one. So that's the DAC really heavily investing in artillery. The Stuart definitely not on the Twitch channel, Max. The Stuart shows up, but a Pack 38 is ready for it. So Infelon has thought this through, and he actually just unlocks the incendiary AT munitions. This gross build here has been well conceived.
Well, up until the point that the whiz bang shows up, it leads a whole lot of them. That's what I'm hoping will happen.
I would love to see a whiz bang, but it just doesn't hit with the same ferocity as the walking Stuka.
No, it's a bit of a mismatch.
Yeah, and we're not seeing a lot of we're not seeing a lot of DAC upgrades. Oh, Crywolf floating tons of resources.
He's just trying to desperately get that 4th CP so he can just start skill plating everything.
Yeah, and unfortunately there is no AA. on the field for the DAC yet. So no flak for Ling, no flak 36.
I don't know if actually it reveals stealth units. That would be interesting.
If what reveals stealth units?
The anti-infantry loiter.
I don't think it does. Oh, Captain, yep, knocked out. The Bersaglieri grenade, I think, from Tight Ribs testing, does not have a model damage cap either. So you got to be careful when Bersaglieri are on the field. Another Bersaglieri squad going to get away with -1 health. And then here comes the Pioneer Blob. Another Steward out for Krotesh. I kind of wish he would just go tier 4, refit these guys and go for Crusaders or maybe a Bishop. Oh, nice white phosphorus onto the Bersaglieri, and then they dodged the counter grenade. Good work there with the Commandos. And then the Commandos really could press their advantage here. You got a couple of team weapons that are basically defenseless. One Bersaglieri squad slides across to try to help. Krotesh has been pushed back a little bit. I think this is the big difference, though. I feel like the DAC players are doing a much better job of fighting together here, especially in the center. And I feel like the allies are fighting side by side. You saw one time where Krotesh slid across the middle, and it actually forced the Axis off the map. Other than that, though, we're not seeing that team play. Oh, couple big LAIG hits. Commandos forced to retreat down to 1 model. Now P3 rotating over.
Just feels like Krotesh is scared of the DAC army, which is fair enough, because it's a lot bigger than his and does a lot of damage.
Yeah, oh, the Pack 38. But for the Pack 38 in the back, I think the Stewards would have been okay. The Stewart takes a second shot and goes down.
150 frontal armor on those Panzer 3s now. You can't really just sit and trade with them. Not going to bounce. Well,
yeah,
they're just bouncing consistently.
Especially not with all these Panzer Pioneers here. The Gurkhas have picked up a flamethrower. It's a little bit of interesting, happy accident, so to speak. But they're too far away. They're not going to do the damage, and that Panzer 3 beating them up. British Guastas. Yeah, that's the last thing we need is British Guastatory.
So all this control of VPs means that it's very, very one-sided in favor of the Allies right now.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to need the time that that's bought them to get them back into the late game, because they've got lots of munitions stacked, and they just need to drop that on some useful abilities. Crywolf has got the anti-infantry loiter and 535.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's going to be used on cooldown from the rest of the game.
Yeah. We got Krotesh going for infantry training, which is going to really help against that Pioneer Blob. Just the 10% size reduction. But the thing is, with the GB39s, they're going to do the exact same amount of damage. Meanwhile, Decapsy, 600 spare manpower? He has gone armor reserves. We're about to see a Tiger. That's what that is. Okay, well, there we go. Walking Stuka is rotated over for Infelon. Panzerwagen cannot heal, that is correct. But he's got the med truck there. Oh no, 1919 smoked in the train station.
So I think what we're going to see here is, the Allies gave up the field for a long time, which is okay as long as you've got some kind of muni-based strategy to back it up. And then they kind of split, their focus a bit. So instead of going, unlocking those muni-based abilities early enough to use all that banked resource, they instead went for the Commandos. They went for, right tree and down left tree for manpower reduction.
Yeah. Yeah, we see
their opponents have now got this massive vehicle advantage.
Yeah, and we see this. You got a Sherman here, which was fine until the Tiger hit the field. And
from entirely different tech times.
Oh,
the fuel difference.
Thank God for the raiding flares. The Panzer Pioneer Blob discovered, and now the anti-infantry strafe coming in, and no anti-air on the field. It does a lot of damage, but no real manpower bleed.
This is a real waste.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Oh no, Commando's got to get out. Oh, and this Tiger is going to be able to collapse this entire side. You've got the 75 mil half track with target weak point available to it. Oh, the Sherman penetrates the Tiger. And now the Zooks, and he also has done the improved rockets. Zooks take a big first hit. And then meanwhile, opposite him, 2 Panzer IIIs have now flanked Krotesh's position here, knocked out his AT gun. They can challenge his Vickers. And then this big blob here in the center, it actually takes a ton of damage from that anti-infantry strafe. But it is going to force, so the Allies are essentially in full retreat across the map, and a nice pinch here from Infelin. He is slid over, and the overinvestment into Stuart's now really hurting Krotesh. He's finally getting his tier 4 out. This Stuart could go down here to the Panzer III as well. Wow, huge push. And so, yeah, Axis down on VPs, but not for long, and about to get this fuel back, and there really aren't any good Allied answers with all this heavy armor on the field. Yeah, Jubin says, looks like a loss for the Allies. The population differential is nuts. Krotesh, whose game started so well, has now been really kind of hammered back. Lost his Gurkhas, lost his sappers, lost more infantry sections. Here come walking Stukas in on these commandos. Fortunately, the scatter is terrible, and so the commander was able to get away with not a ton of additional bleed. Sherman in the 75 mil half track pushing off the P3s. And Crywolf now investing in the survival training. He gets a 3rd squad of commandos on the field. I don't hate this, except for the Tiger, it's not super helpful. But for everything else, making the commandos beefier certainly doesn't hurt. We also see a flak filling on the field for Infelin. That's going to significantly limit the viability of that anti-infantry loiter.
Yeah, I'm just a bit sad for Krotesh. I think he didn't really have a great answer for the blob of Panzerpose. And, I mean, Stuart spam is something you can do when you are ahead in field, or you're even, or maybe you're side behind on fuel, but you're even in manpower. But if you're just behind on fuel, then you're just putting yourself at an even deeper tech disadvantage because you can't trade up against P3s anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, this build is really difficult to counter if you're not expecting it, because of the tons of utility and damage that the Pioneers do, especially when they're cloaked. And then scaling the anti-tank incendiary munitions from the Pak 38s, and then the Panzer IIIs with all the upgrades you can get for them. Yeah, we've seen emergency repair kits, vehicle survival package, rapid advance, and tungsten core ammo. Those P3s are a lot more dangerous than they appear. Hey, what's up, Fred?
So huge stacks of munis still for both the Allied players.
Yeah, they gotta find a way to use them.
We haven't even unlocked the airburst for Kurtish. He's got access to this 1 CP, 2 CP. He's not got it.
Oh, so foot guards with the Zooks are able to kind of push the P3s back. Now here come the Panzer Pioneer blob and the Pak 38 and the flak filling. Oh no, these foot guards.
There's just no reason for this Stuart not to be a Matilda or a Crusader already. Just refit it. Got tier 4.
Yeah, you have tier 4. Get rid of it. It hasn't scaled well. You know, on the opposite side, actually, Crywolf is hanging in here against this Tiger. And he's going to pick up a Panzer Pioneer squad. Tiger down to half health. Really, really solid push here to buy himself some space. The Sherman's going to take some damage. Now the Walking Stuka comes in. This is potentially dangerous. Engineer's knocked out. Sherman takes a bunch of damage. Half track as well. The commandos are going to escape unscathed. Yeah, they have a lot of VPs to play with. The lack of fuel though is really hurting them, and you can see it in the manpower, right? Like Crywolf has enough. He could get another commando squad out here, and with the improved rockets, we'll be able to counter most of what's on the field. But another P3 coming out for Infelon, and now armored reserves as well.
You can't let DAC just get to this infinite scaling point.
Yeah.
It just there needed to be some concerted push from the Allies earlier. What you were saying earlier about them watching the DAC players team up and move around. I think CoH3 was just like, I've won my side of the map.
Yeah.
I'm feeling pretty happy.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna chill. And the foot firmly came off the gas. And this is what happens against DAC.
Yep. Couldn't have said it better. And look, another walking Stuka on the field. Just the amount of artillery and armor that DAC can yield in the late game. And I think DAC is really well suited to this map because it's so narrow. Oh my gosh, the LAIGs, the walking Stuka, Zook squad annihilated. Here come the P3s. The commandos stand tall. Big first barrage of Zooks. Wow, one P3 down to very little health. But now the Tiger, supported by Bristolieri, is showing up. You got a 75 mil half track. Here comes the anti-infantry loiter. But the flak furling is probably going to chew this one up.
CoH3 still doesn't have a tank. It's just a Stuart.
No. And he's got the fuel for it.
I think he's like, I'm not getting a tank until I can get grants. But yeah, it's gonna cost them.
Yeah, Crywolf picks up another Bristolieri squad. Oh no, the 75 mil half track.
Honestly, decapitated infantry have been falling left and right. That's the only reason. Like, if I was Crywolf, that's the reason I would be like, jeez, I'm bleeding my opponent pretty well.
Yeah. And good 6-pounder play kills one of the P3s. But Crywolf
I think he's keeping the Stuart. Can we check the Stuart as a command Stuart? Check if it's,
I can't tell in this view, unfortunately. I can swap over. Hold on. Oh yeah, he's got the commander. He's got the dude standing up the top.
Yeah, that's why he's keeping it. So he's trying to give vision to his buffs to his infantry unity.
The Tiger has found the Sherman. Oh my gosh, that turret went up into low Earth orbit, I think. More walking Stuka. Oh, got a double walking Stuka barrage. I was trying to figure that out too, Liberator. I think that was the keep 'em firing vet ability. Oh, P3s pick up the command Stewart. Protesh very firmly on the back foot here, and he still owns his VP, but the DAC have just gotten this massive advantage here in the center. Whizbang makes his way up. Maybe these commandos can sneak in on this walking Stuka. Another walking Stuka barrage coming in. Foot guards just bleeding to these pioneers. Oh, big hits onto the AT guns. Tiger. Whizbang does some damage. A little bit of a wasted Whizbang barrage, but the Tiger forced back. If we look at the TAC map, though, you can see the DAC have made the center this huge strong point, and they're able to hold on to this fuel and this VP. And with their artillery and armor advantages, I don't really see how the Allies are going to be able to push them off of this. Looks like a 17-pounder's on the way out. Oh, that Bristolieri grenade does a ton of damage to those commandos, even with the survivability. Yeah, with the LEIG, the Whizbang, I feel like it should be a counter to some of this, but it's just the length of the barrage and the lack of kind of damage from each single rocket makes it easier to dodge and anticipate and avoid than something like a walking Stuka.
We've got perimeter to Overwatch coming down right now because CoH3 was too embarrassed to hit 1,000 munitions. So it's being used. It's not going to do much. It's been an awkward map for it, really.
Engineers stop the cap, but then they get suppressed by this MG34 here in the rear. Oh, the LAIG. Oh, nice satchel. Not going to kill any models, but I like the idea with the burst sitting in the smoke there. I'm trying to figure out what this other ability that was called in here. Alright, Whizbang Barrage comes in. Good hits onto the LAIG. Nothing cleared yet. Need a little bit better scatter. And so the LAIG will get away with just a bunch of health damage and one model lost. Now the Walking Stuka coming back onto the Whizbang. Wow, one skin-to-skin impact. So the Whizbang's definitely going to need some repairs here shortly. CoH3 is refocused onto the center, but the other Walking Stuka going to barrage the sappers. So decap only. Oh, and Infelon is essentially pop capped here. Oh no. The CMP truck holding the 17 pounder knocked out. 17 pounder still active though. Great final shot on the P3. So another P3 knocked out, but that's just clearing up pack space or cap space, and so now another Tiger has hit the field for the deck. One of those damned if you do, damned if you don't situations. Good anti-infantry loiter combined with the airburst barrage and the raiding flares. So all these munitions being put to use at the same time. Another P3. Oh no, the commando squad knocked out as well as the P3. The Tiger picked it up. The Tiger now full health. One single Hellcat to counter. And Decapsy's gotten a second Walking Stuka, so we're about to see 3 Walking Stukas on the field. Oh, goodness. The commandos cannot frontally attack the Tiger. Wow, and the sidearmor even bounces the Hellcat. There's 17 pounder. With a stolen Pack 38 and a Hellcat, the Tiger's taking a bunch of damage. Oh, and now the artillery cover coming in. The 17 pounder cleared. I feel like you really feel the lack of map presence for the allies right now. Oh my lord, all these Walking Stuka barrages. The 17 pounder could be easily destroyed, and it is.
Well, we're gonna get another one. CoH3 hates tanks. Doesn't build them. Doesn't want them.
So, and then we're seeing advanced logistics for Crywolf, which I think the utility this late in the game was somewhat reduced. You're not really short on fuel right now, or excuse me, you're not really short on manpower. You are short on fuel. Whizbang area denial barrage onto this VP, and then we're going to see a counter barrage from the Walking Stuka. Oh, big hits onto that pack. It's on the Pack 38. Yeah, so for Crywolf, I would almost like to see a med half track so he can kind of recrew and reinforce some of these weapons in the field and maintain his presence a little bit more. Especially if he's able to soft retreat some of his commandos. But like he's dragging this Pack 38 all the way back to his base. With weapon support center, that half track would have been really useful. Oh!
Yeah, I think he's gonna have to save for Hellcats though.
Yeah.
His opponents don't have an AT. No, the AT guns got decrewed. We're gonna get recrewed now.
Yeah,
He just needs to build up. He needs that fuel for Hellcats.
Perimeter Overwatch providing some decent hits here.
That goes on neutral territory. Okay, that's pretty cool.
And it did force the Tiger back. And CoH3 also able to neutralize the far VP. Oh, these commandos, they're on hold fire, which is good for setting up an ambush, but I think it's actually hurting them here.
I just saw the kill death ratio.
It's not good.
Oh.
I mean, it's good if you're a DAC player. It's exactly where you want it to be.
Can we go on Enfelon's perspective?
Is it worse from his?
I don't know.
It doesn't change when I change the player on the side. It doesn't change.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Creeping barrage now coming in, and then yeah, the barrages are not on a shared cooldown. Oh, look at this, lined up perfectly. AT gun force back, machine gun force to retreat. Another 17 pounder here, and now Felon getting a flat 36 out. Oh, AT gun immediately cleared by the Tiger. Whizbang counter barrage. I feel like it's a little bit of a wasted barrage here. It does some deflection damage, but you can see even with the direct hits, just not doing much to the Tiger. Oh, but it does annihilate a Panzer Pioneer squad. 17 pounder going to town on the other Tiger, but does eventually get decrewed. A little bit of help from the walking Stuka. Black 36 hits the field. That'll also have a severe impact on this anti-infantry loiter.
I feel like if the Axis are watching this back, they could be like, how did we not win this game already 10 minutes ago?
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, neither of the allied player is building any sort of armor. Yeah, more 17 pounders. Yes. Yes, exactly. He's building another one. He's recrewing this one. I don't know that the 17 pounder is the answer. Anti-infantry strafe coming in, trying to figure out what it's targeting. Looks like these Bersaglieri in the VP. Oh, these commandos on hold fire with the Vet 3 sprint. Oh, they were looking for the walking Stukas, but both of the walking Stukas retreat. The med truck will get knocked out, which is a nice pickup though. They're also gonna probably hit this Funkwagen. But with all the upgrades, the Funkwagen's got as much HP as a stock Panzer 3, so Commando's not going to be able to kill it. I think it's something goofy like 640 or 700 VPs or health points if it has all the upgrades. Oh no. Scout Squad just smoked Vet 3 Tiger over here, and this is the other problem. Is as these vehicles vet up... Wait. And Felon's Tiger was knocked out. Must have been the 17 pounder in the back. That's a huge pickup for the Allies. Hellcat chasing the other Vet 3 Tiger here. HVAP rounds triggered. S-mine, but it doesn't do anything to the Hellcat. One more hit, and the Hellcat kills. Both Tigers go down in a span of about 30 seconds. Oh my goodness. No one's gonna have anything left.
CoH3 has 3 trucks and nothing to do with them. Just trade them in, bro. Okay, I think it's going.
Yeah, and now the Allies have the Axis on VP bleed again. Oh, he's gonna try to grab this 17 pounder with the 2.5 ton utility truck.
He's got it.
Yeah, Purple has 1,000 manpower. He also has all of the upgrades.
That would, if I've been playing this game for 40 minutes and then that happens to me, I'm very tempted.
Yeah. If you're the DAC players, you got to be wondering how they haven't won it yet. And honestly, I'm wondering that too. Commando's standing on this oh, nice white phosphorus grenade. Interesting that Crywolf's got his commandos by default on hold fire too. Oh. Was that just a single shot? That was a single walking Stuka shot and then he aborted the barrage. Airburst barrage comes in on the VP. So Krotesh, in his defense, he's maintaining a lot of pressure on this other VP. And now Felon's going to spend all of his manpower on fuel caches, it looks like. Another 17 pounder about to be decrewed by a walking Stuka and some infantry. And Decapsy's got his second tiger out. Oh, the commandos have found a walking Stuka.
So wait, Decapsy has built 2 tigers by the time that Protesh decides to build 1 tank.
Krotesh still hasn't decided to build a tank.
He still have no. Okay.
And the commandos have found another med truck. They pick up an AT gun and then using the bazookas, they're gonna knock it out. Yeah, the throws are. This is like a judo match with all the throwing we're seeing. There you go. That's a terrible dad joke for you all. 2 more Hellcats.
Crywolf now has the largest army in the field.
Yeah, he is hanging in there. 3 commando squads.
I can't understand why Enfal's not just picking up these team weapons. He's got all the.
He's got 53 cap. Yeah, he's got enough for resources for another tiger here.
Yeah.
Maybe he thought they had this one. He like got up and went and got a cup of coffee or something.
He also has another 250 that he never turned into.
These commandos, they use the white phosphorus to break the line of sight and still eat around from the tiger. Man, he's still floating hundreds of munitions. This is where, and we've talked about this with some of the earlier games as well, like fatigue is a real issue. I think it was Barton in CoH3, at least when I was playing, was like famous for the longer the game went, the more likely he was to win, because he seemed like totally resistant to the fatigue imposed by hour-long games. All right, we got another tiger out now. So 4 tigers for the DAC. They should get a wrecker out and see if they can start picking up some of these hulks.
That's not a bad idea.
And they're still under VP pressure. Oh. Pack 38 and 2 Hellcats. Tiger immediately down half health. Forced to back up. Walking Stuka's gonna come in, but the Hellcats about a 75% penetration rate to the front. Pack 38 gets knocked out by the Walking Stuka. Oof. 1919 gets knocked out.
And fella literally deposited the 17-pounder next to his teammate, I think. And he hasn't picked it up. Like, there's a 17-pounder right there, right? Okay, he's gonna do it now.
Yeah, what is, what, Providin?
There's a 17-pounder right next to his Pack 38.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ultras here. The ability of Crywolf to continue to contest his VP despite being down on fuel has made a huge difference. Wow, the 17-pounder still decrewed. Whizbang coming in. Will it get the Pack 38? Nope, doesn't look like it. And now Flak 36 coming over here as well. Why? Yeah, methamphetamine. Exactly. The what is it?
He realizes that there's no Krotash has no vehicles.
Yeah. Like 419 spare fuel. Wow. 1 Stuka was knocked out. Oh, nice little commando ambush here. They may pay for it on retreat. Yeah, it looks like they're going to. Oh no. Oh no. Hellcats coming in. A little swarm of Hellcats to deal with the tiger. Now we're gonna see tons of off maps getting called in here on this VP. So 1 commando squad saved, the other knocked out. I don't know that I'd say that was worth it to knock out the Walking Stuka. The anti-infantry strafe kills the med truck. The other Walking Stuka knocked out by foot guards. Only 1 left for the DAC players. Oh.
I'm baffled. What am I watching?
Yeah, the foot guards have got such a huge lift for that anti-infantry lawyer.
Oh my god.
And And the Flak 36 on foot guard's knocked out by the Tigers. Here come the Hellcats. Oh, and the 17 pounder in the back. One Tiger. That's the third Tiger killed. The 17 pounder in the center not set up to shoot in Felon's Tiger. Flak 36 takes one Hellcat down to yeah, we'll say that's -2 health, but the incendiary rounds can't kill the tank based on the flame, so it's going to back up. Holy cow. And Felon's back up to 90 pop. But he's got all of these pioneers sitting in base. And now the Whizbang comes in.
Swearing at his teammate and telling him. That's what he's doing. He's like, I gave you a 17 pounder 10 minutes ago, and you were just sitting there looking at it.
He's like, I'm gonna take, you know
I've lost my flak.
I'm gonna take my Flak 36 back. He grabs it with the 250.
17 pounder.
You got another Tiger for Decapsy. Bro, please get a wrecker out. Please. Please, this is insane.
They're not gonna do it. They don't have the tech.
Commandos blow up a spare Pack 38.
Is this game gonna go on for another 15 minutes? I feel like it will.
It could. It absolutely could. Another walking Stuka barrage, but it whiffs a little bit. Allies maintaining the VP pressure. We got about, if it stays here, we got about 2.5 minutes left. These engineers, we need more engineers, Crywolf. They need some help with all these repairs. And then the Vet Zero commandos just not, man, it's rough jumping into a 48-minute game. And another Tiger goes down to 17 pounder and foot guards. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. Jubin says Axis keep treating the Tigers as a win-all, end-all unit. You still need infantry. Yeah, they can't be unsupported, and that's the second time and Felon's thrown a Tiger into the middle, unsupported. 17 pounder and then foot guards with the stagger shot, just knocking it down. I think it does. Oh, the Hellcats, they smell blood here. Yeah. 5th Tiger down.
This has got to be the worst Tiger gameplay I've ever seen in my life. I'm not even joking. It is abominable.
Oh my goodness. Everything just getting knocked out by these Hellcats. The commandos on hold fire are still not shooting back. Both those Hellcats gonna get away. And now Flak 36 cleared.
Decapsy right having nothing again. He nearly has enough
for another Tiger. Yeah. Yeah, they're probably used to players giving up when Tigers and Walkistukas hit the field. Yeah, I think so. This is just absolutely nuts, though. Oh. And then, guys, someone's got to get on the VP drain here. Someone needs a capping advantage.
End this game, please.
Please. Seochian had time to go to bed, wake back up, and say, wow, the game's still going. Whizbang comes in on the MG, forces a retreat.
I massively respect Vortex for just never building a tank as a Tiger. Just going, no, I'm going to build guards. That's it.
I have never seen a build like this from a Brit player. Like, they have some of the best late game armor in the game.
Yeah, but that fuel could be useful later. For something else. 550 fuel, don't worry about it. It's fine.
Well,
we need it for 17 pounders.
Oh my goodness. And he's hopping on this other VP here. Yeah, he's saving that fuel for the next game. throwing it into his Roth IRA. Another push here from the Hellcats. But they take a lot of damage from these Pack 38s with the incendiary munitions, so they're going to be forced to back out. Allies have a brief triple cap on here. Another Stuka on the field for Decapsy, and he's about to have enough for yet another Tiger. Commando's standing.
If I was Decapsy's teammate, I mean, I don't think either of them played amazingly well, but there were enough times that game where they know they should have won, and yeah, if they weren't molding each other by the end of the game, I'd be surprised, because they were so ahead.
Oh,
They somehow found a way to lose.
Yeah, that is that's wild. I'm still trying to wrap my head around that game. Protesh, his KD 63 kills to 199 losses.
Most
Crywolf,
of his infantry losses are like Gurkhas and guards.
yeah, and that hits really hard. Obviously, the artillery played into that, but then vehicles. The vehicles lost. 20 vehicles lost by the DAC, and 5 of them were Tigers. Like that's a heavy tank division in World War II that just got annihilated. Okay, apart from the Axis just taking their foot off the gas entirely and throwing. Is he okay? I didn't check their elo. Let me take a look at this real quick. Yeah, these guys, and Felon is the highest at about 1,300. And the rest of them are between 1,000 and 1,200. Tiger efficiency. Yeah, let's go take a look. Efficiency factor 1.55 for that's Decapsy, who had 3 of them. For Felon, Tiger 0.91. And that tracks, right? You saw that his Tiger kind of sit in the middle, and then just eat 17-pounder shots. Yeah, that hurts. That's brutal. 17-pounder. Oh, but I guess it counts. There we go. He made 3 17-pounders, but had 4 vehicle kills. So yeah. So ironically, the US player build was built for the late game. The Brit player build was built for the early game. There was very little coordination. The Allies won that one. Yeah, the Axis surrendered at the 51-minute mark.
I mean, what was really impressive from Protesh was password protecting his 17-pounder, so even when it got stolen, it couldn't be used against him.
Like the password protected trenches in CoH3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Crywolf, I feel like carried that one pretty hard. On his side, keeping him in the game, even when it looked like there was a route there. Yeah, it just goes to show you that just having the units on the field is not enough, right? So with the Tiger, like I think it was Ultra Series said it. The Tiger hit the field. They got 3 walking Stukas out. They thought the game was over. I think the DAC infantry investments were not the right ones. Bersaglieri, especially late game, didn't really scale well against the commandos. All those Panzer Pioneers, they can shove you off the map early, but then late they just weren't being used. It is easy. Yeah, it's easy to get ground down by the Stukas. You're right. Yeah, here I'm gonna throw it over here. Even the camera's got issues. You're exactly right. So he didn't give up. He didn't quit. I thought the whiz-bang, unfortunately, was a little bit like it just didn't get a ton of use out of it. The Hellcats at the end, good Hellcat play to finish up the Tigers. Good flank with the SSF for the ambush to knock out one of the walking Stukas. The advanced logistics, I don't know if that did anything for him, but certainly the survivability did, and that was a really good choice. The Krotesh. Why no grants? Why no grants? Indian artillery.
A massive Crusaders had probably been more useful for him than grants.
Yeah. BL 5.5. Right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean he just I think he was in a position where he just had to throw things onto the points. Like I can understand, if you're facing 3 Panzer IIIs, you don't want to build a BL5.
Yeah. Honestly, I think what the DAC player should have done at about the 22-minute mark was base dive with those Panzer IIIs. Because if he base dives Krotesh with the P3s, the game's over. There's not enough AT on the field to actually punish him for that.
Yeah, he needs to come and kill the USF teammate.
Yeah,
because that's the issue. Like your teammate is not managing to win the 1v1, so you need to come over and use your advantage to just end the game.
Yeah, and the Axis start to the game was undeniably better. Playing together, playing in the center, holding onto that fuel forever. Watching Infelon slide back and forth to shape engagements. It was like watching Rocky. Like they just didn't knock Crywolf out. And then Krotesh did enough to, like, he killed a couple of Tigers, so you can't really complain, right? He killed a couple of Tigers, he put the VP pressure on. Yeah. Nuts. Absolutely nuts. Oh man.
I'm just gonna have a cup of tea and forget about that ever happened.
Yeah, I need a minute. I need a cup of coffee.
I mean, props to the SF player. I keep forgetting his name.
Crywolf. Yeah.
Crywolf, yeah, just refusing to. There's plenty of people who would not have the mentality to get through that game.
Yeah. Yeah. The mental toughness there, the length of the game. Like, I'm exhausted from just trying to follow what was happening in that game.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the key thing to remember for him is like he's consistently wiping bursts all game.
Mm-hmm.
So he knows that on a mechanical level, he's better than his opponent.
Yep.
On his side, and he's like, look, I can outlast him.
Yep. He's
gonna overextend. I'm gonna kill his tiger. I'm gonna get shot by Stukas all game. I'm just gonna have to deal with it.
Yep. Yep.
And then grind through. He's also sitting on like 600 immunity the entire game, so he's like, I've got this in the bank if there's ever a serious infantry push.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we are going to I'm going to take a short coffee break here. Just literally going to make a cup of coffee and come back. And I think let me check. I've got a couple other of these replays we can do. I'm hoping to switch to a 1v1. I'm a little bit easier to follow. Oh, I know who I've got. I've got this one from Sneakers. So we can roll that one next. It's just showing up as a recent match. So another 1v1 coming back here, about 5 minutes. Thanks for sticking with us. All right. Yeah, so it looks like Otto is going to drop off here. So thank you. Thanks, Otto. He's always hopping in on these big stream casts, so I appreciate it, man. Let me load this one up with Sneakers and Gambit, and then we'll kick this one off. Oh, another player. I don't have their flag. It's actually honestly kind of cool because I've been I pay attention to the flags and I try to upgrade them or update them whenever I come across. So it's rare that I get a new flag now, but it is kind of fun. Yes. Yeah, so Gambit is Israel. Or I'm sorry, Gambit is Portugal and Sneakers is Israel. And I've got them lined up. Okay. Hey, Terpene. Good to see you, man. Oh, and my mouse isn't set to clamp to window. Which is a casting thing. All right, cool. So I think both of these guys, are in the 1,000 to 1,100 range. So yeah, let's just kick this one off and see what happens. We are on Villafiore here. So in blue at the bottom of the screen is Sneakers. Like I said, from Israel. He's locking in Aussies immediately. Canceled his second Sapper squad out to get an Aussie squad. I would like to leave that second Sapper squad building and then just wait a second to get the Aussies. The utility is super useful. Gambit is not going to choose. He's going to build an infantry company. He's going to get a Kettenkrad out. We talked about this a little bit with Otto in a previous game. Kettenkrad micro can be a real challenge, but this is, I think, a good map for it with the mobility. As a general rule, though, if you're not sure, if your map awareness isn't great, then I think a second Pioneer probably a better choice in general. Looks like we're going to see Grenadiers out. The Aussies over here for Sneakers are going to slide over to grab this fuel point. Capping order is something like I'm not a master at capping, but there are some cap orders that make a little bit more sense than others. I think if you had another sapper coming out, you have them cap this. But in reality, I think what I would have done is get a second sapper, then the Aussies. Send the first sapper squad out this direction, right? Get that fuel munis right off the rip. Then your other sappers go strategic point, fuel munis, and your Aussies go right into the middle to contest the center section of the map. And then by the time they're in contact, you have another Aussie squad on the field. But here, it's not really hurting them. Yeah, you're not getting the benefit of this +10 yet. But at least now you're weighted with two Aussies near each other. So we will see where this goes. Gambit taking some time to really put up an elaborate defense on this +10 muni. And I think that's fine. Like, that's one of the advantages of Grenadiers is the fact that they can cap and build at the same time. As for main lines, I mean, Aussies can also build field defenses, but for Grenadiers, that's a good use of their time and ability. And if you're going to do that, you can throw wire down here on this spot as well. Aussies find the Kettenkrad. It's going to finish the cap and then back away, but about half of its health gone. And I also like here how the Aussies are in basically 3 different lanes. So he's keeping everything spread out, and honestly, Gambit's doing the same with his Grenadiers. He's floating a little bit of manpower. I think when you see Aussies, their main weakness is light vehicles. So I would start thinking about potentially trying to get a Stummel out. Especially when you see 3 Aussies all over the place. Now I think if he moves the Aussies up just a little bit, he can get them in green cover. And they should win this engagement against the Grens. Using the marksman ability there, try to change the fight a little bit. Yeah, the doubled up Aussies on this side, probably a little bit of waste of combat power, so you'd like to see one slide into the middle here. 3rd Grand Squad hits the field, starting to kind of... And so, yeah, Gambit's got good map presence here. He is getting his fuel decapped, but he's going to be able to kind of backtrack and force these sappers away. Sneakers has better map control, but he's had a slight unit composition advantage. The Krod back in base repairing. I think, yeah, is he going to send the Kettenkrad out to grab that +10? And then a Vickers here. You see 3 Grens. I think that's a fair choice. And now we're going to see Luftwaffe company from Gambit. I like this. Because now this capping order here in the corner, he's got this fuel, but he's also cut off this munitions without having to cap it or decap it. And so this is interesting. We're just kind of seeing both players kind of spread out, a lot of meeting engagements, trying to figure out what their opponent is doing. Not a lot of real decisive engagements so far. Gambit's going to lean into the Jaegers here. Meanwhile, Sneaker's in a position where he can start thinking about teching, at least from a fuel perspective. He's got enough. Yeah, he's a little short on manpower. He's got enough to go for his platoon command post. He doesn't need to rush into it, though, because he doesn't have enough fuel to really get anything else out from it at the moment. I think the Aussies will scale just fine against the Jaegers. A Humber is really powerful for the Brits in general. And so the Brits should have the infantry advantage here. The other thing he can look to do is, as soon as he gets that platoon command post out, is get that infantry training to basically guarantee that his Aussies will be able to outscale the Grens and the Jaegers on the field. Vickers finds the Jaegers here. It's a lot of suppression and a lot of damage. They're going to retreat. Now, what I'm looking for here from Sneakers is to see if he immediately relocates this MG, now to suppress the Jaegers to maybe take advantage of the space he's created. Because this garrison in particular is not super powerful because it doesn't face in the primary direction of approach from either side. So it's not something I would necessarily lean on constantly. I like this. Throw the Aussies into the building here. They can continue to just do some damage. Instead, he's going to choose to retreat. That's fine. They are a little bit lower on health. He's got his med headquarters up. He's got his platoon command post up. Interestingly enough, Gambit going for a mortar here. So with all of this tier 1 play, I know we talked about it with a previous cast, it'd be a good spot for the tier 1 officers' quarters. And he's just using that mortar, you can hear it on the side, to really get after that Vickers in the building. Which it looks like is going to at least bounce out of the building. Well, the Jaegers and the Grenadiers just not doing well at short range against the Aussies. Remember, the Aussies got a short range damage buff in the last patch. Grenade comes in. Interesting placement. It's like he expected him to back away rather than retreat or stay in place. Humber hits the field and a 2-2-1 being built for Gambit. So depending on the timing of the engagement here, the Humber could be in either vehicle could be in trouble from the other. 2-2-1 with the Panzerbuchse will shred a Humber. Yeah, and you can see these Aussies are just really kind of hard to deal with, especially for the Grens. But Gambit has used kind of the larger size of his army to really spread out, and he's putting a lot of pressure on. Not necessarily from a VP perspective, but definitely from a resource perspective. And then the way that this map plays out, especially with fuel, fuel harassment is much more effective on this map than maybe some of the other 1v1 maps. And it's because you're really only guaranteed this +5. These two are commonly contested, and so if you can harass the +10 on your flank, that's a big deal. Oh, 2-2-1 straight into a mine. Still guns down the sapper. Yeah, Pioneer's already on the way to clean up the 2-2-1. The Humber could get aggressive here, but it is dangerous with all these Grens on the field and the potential for a Panzerfaust. Yeah, and he must be looking for this 2-2-1. Hasn't been able to find it. Is content, and nice Vickers placement to suppress the Jaegers. The Shrek just pops. The 2-2-1 is Fausted. Yeah, without that Vickers there, this Humber would definitely be knocked out. Nice thought to drop the smoke, and I like that he dropped it very close to himself so that as he backs away, these infantry have to advance even further, but he needs to keep driving this Humber. The Jaegers clear the smoke. Oh, unfortunately, the Shrek shot misses on the Humber. The Humber will continue to try to drive away. Yeah, and he's just able to stay at range. The Vickers going to come back out and provide some additional support. And then, like we talked about in some of the earlier games, using your main lines to cap, especially these like anti-infantry focused semi-elite infantry, is a little bit of just kind of like a waste of combat power. If you've got, you know, he's got sappers on the field. That's sometimes why you want that second sapper, the second scout at the start of the game. It really gives you the flexibility to kind of cap on the flanks and keep your combat power where you need it to win engagements. Kettenkrad somehow bounces 12 shots in a row from the Aussies. And 2-pounder on the field. I really like this as a counter to the 2-2-1. And even some of the other vehicles from the Luftwaffe company. If they go heavy into martyrs, a 2-pounder is a great counter as long as you can get up close. And Sneakers has also gone for the infantry training. So these Aussies are going to scale even harder against the Wehrmacht infantry. Let's see the Kettenkrad bounce the 2-pounder. There's probably like a 10% chance or something silly like that. I would love to see that. So now a concerted push here. Another Jaeger Shrek squad. Vickers forced away. And actually the Humber really can't come in to try to support because of the risk of these Jaeger Shreks. And actually the Shrek in this building, oh, Vickers gets picked up by the Jaegers. The Humber's going to try to smoke it. I love the arc on the second smoke round. Yeah, these Shreks are now a major threat to the Humber. Yeah, he has kept that Krad alive for a very, very long time. And also, somehow, Gambit found the single worst Shrek units of all time. These guys have missed every shot except for that one right there. This is dangerous. That's one more. And it goes straight into the stairwell. Oh. Gambit can't buy a hit there. Oh, wow, the 2-pounder cleared. Yeah, so the Jaegers, they still do fairly well. This is why I think in the current meta, current patch, just go with the Shrek on your Jaegers, because the rifles are fine. The G43 upgrade doesn't do a whole lot, but the power of the Panzer Shrek, if it'll actually hit, is pretty impressive. The Sneaker's gonna recap this 2-pounder. Meanwhile, also going for his tier 4. And that's the big thing we need to see here is some tech choices from Gambit. So he's going mechanized. Like we talked about earlier, I wonder if he's not kind of bamboozling himself into poor tech choices because he's like, oh, well, I've got access to the Stug D with the Stas. I'm glad you brought that up. I totally forgot that the Kettenkrad can even tow. This is funny. So I'm hearing... Oh, that's the upgrade from the 221. So he's got the map hacks enabled with the 221, which is going to help him kind of shape his engagements coming forward. He's floating a ton of resources. You could immediately go for the Stug D and the Stas, which I think would be a fantastic counter to this build from Sneakers as it is. But if he waits too long, Sneakers can get a Crusader out, which would also really threaten a lot of what Gambit has on the field. 2-pounder gets a good hit on the 221. Dren's just burned down by these Aussies. Forced to retreat. And they're actually going to pick up one of the squads on retreat. Now, if I'm the Kettenkrad and I'm floating 230 munitions, I'm also looking to drop some mines here and there. Especially with the Humber still rolling around the field. Now the mortar, this is also something, mortar could have been a little bit more active. He obviously put it in here to deal with the Vickers in this building, but keeping the mortar moving around the map, bombarding the 2-pounder, bombarding the Aussies when they get into cover, super, super helpful. Just that extra damage. Stug D on the field. I don't really know that it is. I haven't done it since they changed the mechanism of the Kettenkrad upgrade. Stas are going to hop out of the building after it takes a bunch of rounds from the 2-pounder and the Vickers. And kind of, it kind of feels like the pace here is slowed down a little bit in the middle of this game. And I really wonder what Sneakers just waiting for his... Yeah, he's got his Crusader on the field. And being deliberate with your movements and your attacks and advances is fine. One of the traps that I fall into is attacking constantly. And so waiting until you have the right composition to attack is super helpful. He has the right composition to really do a lot of damage against this Stug. He does have to be careful of these Jaegers and their Shreks on the field. Yeah, the mortar has moved up now. Force those Aussies away. These Aussies not going to do very well against those 2 Jaegers. The Crusader moves up to try to damage the Grenadiers. Takes a Faust for its trouble, but does drop a couple of models. And then on the flank, we have more Aussies with a Humber. They really need help from the Humber against these Stas trooping, which Humber does get involved. The Stas start to bruise a little bit. Doesn't look like they're going to bleed any more models, though. Now the Jaeger Shreks move up. Stug D is supporting enough that the Aussies move away. The Sneakers floating a ton of manpower. That Stug D, pretty high level armor. I would consider getting an AT gun out. Looks like he's going for foot guards, which is also very acceptable kind of late game solution. The foot guards will do really well against the Jaegers. The stun shot ability helps kind of the 2-pounder get in position. So I like that choice. Wow, he's also got 8 CPs. You could at least unlock the over repair and get your sappers working on this. It's basically an extra free AT gun hit. The Humber has been refitted, and we're going to see another Crusader here. I think the Humber, this is totally understandable. I do like the utility that the Humber gets in the late game with the flare, with the ability to smoke for you, with the ability to run down some of these squads on the flank. Meanwhile, Gambit's going for yet another Jaeger squad, who almost are certainly gonna upgrade Panzerschrecks. Yep. And he's done a good job of using his Grens on the flank to cap. People hate Grants or something. I don't know. Grants are really powerful. I think right now, with the Crusaders being as fast as they are, and with how much damage they do to infantry, and then their ability to flank the lighter tanks, I think Crusaders are kind of in a lot of favor right now. But now, Gambit's going for the Panther production, and he does finally have his tier 4 out. So I think we're going to see Panthers from Gambit. Well, so that's the thing. So the Aussies, in the patch, their regular rifles got buffed, but not the scoped rifles. And so the scoped rifles are almost kind of a downgrade for the Aussies right now. I think you want to save those munitions for the marksman ability. But these Crusaders, I think they need to be a little bit more active. Well, and the triple Jaeger Shrek blob in the middle, that could be a little dangerous. Mortar barrage comes in, followed up by Stas Trooper and Grenadiers. So we're going to see a big push from Gambit here. Foot guards move up, get a couple of shots off on the Stug, but they're actually going to get bled by these infantry as well. 2-pounder shot bounces. Grenadiers do get nuked by the Crusaders on the flank. Yeah, the Stas with the height advantage do a lot of damage to those foot guards. 221 with its kind of map hack ability, very powerful. It should probably move a little bit closer if he has the APM to micro it. I like that he's keeping the Grens with the Stas here. Marksman ability onto the Stas, drops a model. Another one. You're going to want to do that Gren merge soon. Stas down to a single model. Are the Aussies going to pick them up? Wow. That's a huge pickup for the Aussies, especially with the Grens right there to potentially merge. A little bit of a missed opportunity. Now the Crusaders try to come and hop on the flank, but the triple Shreks in place, and one of the Crusaders gets nuked. Wow, that's a big pickup for Gambit. That's exactly what he needed. And now he can build a Panther as well. Panther is a good hard counter. Yeah, this little Jaeger blob, good combined arms, or combined counter, I guess. Oh, the Aussies. And they get knocked out as well. That's a tough series of pickups on both sides. You lost the Stas for Gambit, and you lost Aussies for Sneakers and a Crusader. Panther on its way out now. And now Sneakers has finally filled out the rest of his battle group. So, with the exception of over repair. So he's unlocked archers. We don't see any. He could call one in relatively soon, about a minute or so. I don't know how the archer does against the Panther. Obviously, if he gets into a heads up fight with it, it should do okay. But I think it needs to be supported by those foot guards for sure. Second squad of foot guards on the field now as well. Oh, and there you go. Ultra Series going for grants. Oh, the Crusader 2 refit. I think, yeah, would the Crusaders pair better with the Archer? Matildas, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Grant's now available. He can get one right now. Yeah, Matilda's your sponge Archer in the back. Yep, and they can just eat a couple of Shrek rounds as well. No, I like that idea. Now the Grants en masse against the Jaegers with the Shreks will do a ton of damage as well. And then if you keep the foot guards around with the staggered shot, you can pin that Panther. Yeah, good mine placement here between the Pioneers. Oh no, Sapper's section went down to the Grenadiers. The foot guards bazookas did a much better job penetrating the Stug than I expected. Now they're on the side armor. Oh, staggered shot. The Stug is stunned and knocked out by the guards. And then the Shrek push here in the middle. This may be ill-advised. The Grant, honestly, being that close is probably bad because of with the case-mated main gun. There you go. There's going to be a couple pickups for Sneakers. And now a rough retreat path for these Jaegers, but I don't think there's... Oh, this might be bad. I see it coming. Foot guards are going to line up shots on these Jaegers as well. Oh, nice gambit, or gammon bomb on retreat to knock out the Jaegers. Yeah. Boom is right. Panther on the field. And then a Brumbear in the build. Meanwhile, second Grant coming for Sneakers. I expect we'll see... Hopefully we see the armored vehicle training at some point. I think, honestly, Gambit, after this Brumbear hits, should go for the tier 4 officers' quarters as well, if not the side skirts, to help these vehicles and get the Panther to vet 1 so they can do a little bit more damage to these Grants. I would also, I think you really need to replace your sappers. Maybe get 2 with sweepers for the repairs, for the over repair. 2 over repaired Grants, more than a match for Panther. And then Gambit here, interestingly enough, has gone for the zeroing artillery. Oh, I must have missed the tank wheelie. So the zeroing artillery, I think it makes a lot of sense if you're up against a lot of team weapons or emplacements, but in this environment, I think you're better off with a mechanized assault, because you end up getting the healing on your vehicles plus the buffs to your infantry. That healing, especially when you don't have any sappers on the field, is super useful. Oh man, these Grens could get knocked out. The Aussies focus them and do kill them. Now we're going to see the zeroing already, but there's nothing for it to hit. The Grants push in on this Panther. The Panther stunned the staggered shot and immediately knocked out. Oh no, Jaegers could go down here too. They do. Gammon bomb. Both Jaeger squads go down. One Aussie section is knocked out as well. Brumbear doing a fair amount of damage. And these Grants are very hurt. But, wow, the pop cap for Gambit has dropped off like crazy with the loss of the Panther, all of his infantry. Big hit there on the foot guards. Yeah, I wouldn't. That +5 fuel is not worth it. Yes, exactly. Retreat. And now this Grant, I think, can pretty freely challenge this Brumbear. Sapper's back on the field. Oh, wow. Mine strike, so the Sappers get veterancy. Oh, or not the Sappers, the Pioneers. Pioneers retreat before the Grant knocks him out. Smoke there from the raid package, super useful in keeping that Brumbear alive. And Sneakers has the fuel for a third Grant. So Sneakers about to put Gambit back on the VP drain here. Oh, and a mine finally gets to Kettenkrad. Alright, so 27 minutes, Kettenkrad. That's pretty good. Pretty solid. The 221, I like this, stepping right up, using the raid ability to capture. More Jägerschrecks coming for Gambit, looks like.
Victory point under enemy control.
They've got us bracketed.
Yeah, the 221 with its ability to kind of see through the fog of war to target for the mortar. If the mortar was a little bit more active, you could use that to really put a lot of pressure on Sneakers, especially with his limited infantry now that he's suffered a couple of wipes.
Point taken. As ordered.
And Gambit is very clearly kind of saving up and rebuilding here. Based on the fuel,
A new battle group ability is yours to use.
Nebulk settling in now.
Enemy is down to 200 points.
a little bit of pressure here. VP pressure. I think
Royal Engineers on the field and
I
ready.
expect to see a Panther in the build soon. I don't know that Sneakers realized how much damage he actually did in that previous engagement,
Not up strong men.
because I think he should be kind of pushing the limit a little bit harder. He did get the 2 sappers out, and I know he's repairing these grants. With the munitions he has, he should go for the Minesweeper kit because it improves the repair rate. Oh, big hit from the Brumbear, and it's just gonna bounce the 2-pounder. Ooh, that clumped up. Yeah, that's bad.
The enemy has our victory point now.
No. Oh, maybe. Let me. I can't select them, but I'll try to select them to see if they got Panzerschreck somehow. On this, it just says bazookas, yeah, for both of them. I don't think they can pick up more than the weapons that they have. Oh, man. This engagement here in the center, these foot guards are just bleeding like crazy to the Brumbear. Now the grants, now they're over-repaired. Yeah, if he focuses fire, he can knock out these Jaegers and really drive this one home. And then with the grants, because this main gun is casemated, you do have to be very deliberate about how you move them. And it looks to me like Sneakers is moving both with the same, like moving them together and not giving them individual orders, which is probably why they move kind of out of sync. Oh, now the Panther hits the field. Oh no, this Grant could be in trouble. Needs support from the foot guards, but they're off the field back in the base. And then the Grant turning around the VP is going to take another hit from the Panther. That Grant knocked out as well. And that's a huge kind of turn of events here for Sneakers. And those 2 Grants, he had a couple minutes where he really could have pushed the advantage, but unable to capitalize. Foot guards back in base, kind of healing up. Now another Grant's coming. But he's got to, at this point, got to fight together. I like using the sappers here to contest this other VP. I think unless he gets another good couple of trades, Gambit's army value is going to continue to improve. So he's got to focus on maintaining VP pressure to not allow Gambit to constantly build up better and better forces. And I'd almost like to see keep the foot guards back and out of contact and use the sappers to kind of as a recce unit. The advantage there being that you can keep the sappers away from the Jaegers where they'll slowly bleed, and then use them to react to when the Panther or the Brumbear show up. I like this from Gambit using the 221 to countercap. I think he needs to focus on VPs though. It's so funny to see these units both spamming shoulder fired in on tank munitions at each other when it's not doing any damage. But yeah, use your Aussies, keep them in front, allow them to screen for your foot guards so your foot guards can come in and hit when they really need to. And then also this unfortunately not getting the triple cap on, giving Gambit another chance to get back into the game here. Brumbear is moving up, Panther is on the flank. I like this approach. If your opponent's not gonna kind of scout out in front of himself, you get the Grant to commit, and then you bring the Panther in on its flank. Kind of guarantee you get the kill. Stoss troop in here as well. Another really smart choice late game. Let your Jaegers focus on fighting the tanks. Let the Stoss focus on fighting the infantry. Super smart.
We're losing a victory point.
Alright, second Grant about to hit the field for Sneakers. He's got the fuel for a third. I think he needs to think about armored vehicle training at some point as well. Yeah, the Vet 1 ability, especially if you get on the flank of a Panther or Brumbear with the additional firing speed, super valuable.
We're losing a victory point to enemy action. Victory point is in enemy hands.
Yep, armored vehicle training on the way. And I feel like the last couple minutes, just so the lack of, he finally did. He put the triple cap on, but a little bit of a missed opportunity to put a lot more VP pressure here on Gambit, and I hope it doesn't come to bite him in the butt. Now it's really funny here. Grant and the Panther both thinking the same thing. Let me see if I can find these guys and pin them in the center and then flank them. And the irony being the 221 has the ability to see this through the fog of war, but it's on the opposite side of the map, so it won't know. Although Gambit could get a triple cap on here. Sapper's laying some mines down. That's another really good way to deal with this. 17 pounder. The 17 pounder would be good. There's not a lot of artillery on the field for Gambit. Gambit has the ability to build a... actually, no, he doesn't. He went STGs for the Stoss trooping. It could get zeroing arted, which is true. But if you've seen some of the guys that micro it really well, they keep the truck to tow it right by it, and then they're able to get it away as you start to see that come in. An archer to deal with, yeah, and he has the resources for it. So yeah, an archer to deal with the Brumbear and the Panther, that would be really solid. So yeah, I agree with you. I like the idea of the 17 pounder. And then really the Grants should chew through these Stoss trooping as long as you have the anti-vehicle support, which the archer would be great for. Oh, Panther on the flank of the Grants as they go to flank. Plus the Shrek. Oh, this Grant needs to back out. But you can see he's basically maneuvering both tanks at the same time. And so even though it is a micro tax to do one at a time... Oh, no. And it looks like Sneakers is actually going to surrender that game based on that last engagement there. Well, that's wild. Okay, so... we'll kick over a couple of things here. So the STG-44s on the Stoss, I think they are really good. They get the ambush camouflage with the Vet 1 ability. They are absolutely disgusting, but compared to the value that you're getting out of the Vespa now, I think you don't see it very much. Yes. Yeah, it goes from Car 98s and 1 LMG to 4 STG-44s. Yeah. So for Sneakers, I thought he did a really good job kind of managing that game. It's really tough to say like, oh, you should have been more aggressive. Your enemy was on the back foot. But I do think there's a lot of value in continuing to press. Even from just a capping perspective, I think at the start, If he'd gotten a second sapper out right at the start before he started calling his Aussies in, he could have maintained even more pressure. I agree. I think with you guys, I think he had the resources. An archer on the back end to sit behind those two Grants would have been plenty to knock out the Panther and the Brumbear, right? Because as the infantry move up, the Grants can deal with them. And then as the Panther comes in to deal with the Grants, the archer just takes shots from the rear. The Grants otherwise can go toe-to-toe just fine. Yeah, throwing the Grants after the big push. Yep. So both times, the reason that the Grants died is that Sneakers was controlling them both at the same time. And it's a higher level of micro, but I think it's really important. It's something you see really good players do well, is they manage to move individual vehicles back and forth. So as one takes a bunch of damage, you only move the damaged vehicle back. You leave the other one in place. It can take a couple of shots. It can start to bleed the other infantry. And then because of the range of all the other weapons, it draws their fire. And so you can stay in contact longer. When you move both vehicles to the rear at the same time, one, sometimes with the pathing, they get kind of tangled up, which makes them easier to hit. But two, the most damaged vehicle remains in front. So it's the one that gets targeted. And that's an easy way to get blown open. Yeah, you should. He did float munitions. The scopes on the Aussies would not have hurt. Definitely could have spammed the marksman ability for sure. Yeah, I think you spam the Vet 1 ability on the Grants. There are a lot of options to use those munitions. I think you put down mines, which he started to do. He got the Kettenkrab with a mine. It can be tricky to find ways to spend munitions in a way that makes sense, but nothing will screw with a Stossstruppen push more than them just immediately hitting a couple of mines on approach. So that whole time that Gambit's off the field, you get really aggressive with your mine placement, with your construction. You throw up Sangvar walls of the Aussies. Got to make use of it. You don't necessarily need to attack all the time, but you can improve your position. And I think that's where really good players kind of show their technique. I'll give you an example. Playing a 2v2 against Daniel D. At one point, I basically abandoned my side of the map to help my teammate and try to 2v1 Daniel's teammate. When I came back, he had, because I had not been pressuring him, he had wired off every single piece of green cover on my half of the map. And it made it that much harder to get back into the game and to fight him on his side. So just a thought there. Other than that, I knew it was a long game. I'm sure both players are exhausted. I thought Sneakers had more than enough to stay in that game, even losing the Grant, even losing the foot guards. I think you get an archer out, you replace the Grant, and you keep the pressure up. He definitely had enough VPs left. So, yeah. Well, everyone, this was the last game that I had here. I appreciate everyone for jumping in today. This was a lot of fun. I have more replays, but I don't know that they fall into this category, so I'll hold them off for a later video. Yeah. Any other thoughts or comments? Like I said, please show them, throw them down in the comments. I apologize for the webcam kind of bugging out mid-cast, but it's not a big deal. Y'all don't need to look at me. Just look at the glorious game. So thanks everyone for joining me. Thanks Liberator again for modding. I am going to hop off here, and we'll see y'all in the next one.